Hello travelers, and welcome to the Horror Greenbook, the channel that takes you from coast to coast and con to con. I am your travel guide Brendon, and guys, convention season is upon us. If it's close to Memorial Day weekend, then you know that is Texas Frightmare Weekend, and there's loads of fun for us to have. Guys, so many guests in the house. We have the cast of Evil Dead from across the universe of the Evil Dead universe. We have the cast of Terrifier, of course, coming to a con near you. We have other favorites such as the cast from Re-Animator and Abigail. The list goes on and on. A couple of favorites of mine that I've been really wanting to meet, such as Bill Duke. He's going to be in the house. Lifelong dream to finally meet him. We have other creators such as James and Chelsea from Dead Meat. And guys, just when I thought my plans for Texas Frightmare were solidified and I had no other guests to get, and lo and behold, they announced my #1 celebrity that I've been wanting to meet for forever. Patricia Arquette was announced for her first ever convention appearance. So I am definitely pleased to be in the house this weekend to be one of the first to meet her, travelers. So there's so much in store for this weekend. Bruce Campbell's gonna do a game show for Saturday. We're gonna do karaoke. Hey, travelers, let's get to it because there's a lot to get into this weekend and you don't want to miss a second. So come along with me, let's get into some spooky stuff. And travelers, I'm making it here literally at 5 o'clock on the dot for VIPs to make it in, and they are lucky. They're getting their first dibs on seeing the celebrities and the vendors. Lucky few. So guys, we're gonna make our way to the general admission line. I already have my press wristband, which will be added to my killer battle vest, and we're gonna make our way on down. So let's get to it. Travelers, it is my favorite time of year, guys. It is horror convention season. So let's get to it. Let's find our place in line and we'll get to the Friday fun. Let's go. Everybody, it is everyone lined up here, vibing out. All the horror fans, guys, it's going to be a fantastic time. You know, it is Texas Frightmare Weekend. We are vibing and having a blast. Hey, we gotta get to the back of that line, guys. Can't let the fun get too ahead of us. Guys, we have all the horror fanatics here coming from all over the world that party and have a great time. Hey, we are gonna let loose, guys. I can't wait. Been gearing up all year for this, guys. And of course, you know, this line wraps all around through the garage. It's gonna be quite a fun time, guys. I cannot wait. Oh man, so many cool people here. I am so excited. So let's get to it, guys. Guys, I hope you're ready for a fantastic time. Oh man, I am always ecstatic to hang out and vibe. Okay, travelers, we are getting closer to the entrance. The cool thing about Texas Frightmare is the lines actually move fairly quickly, so it's not a lot of just like standing around and baking like other cons. I'm not going to mention any cons, but if you know, you know. But guys, you know, this Texas heat is no joke, right around Memorial Day weekend. So hopefully we will be in the AC very soon. Okay, travelers, they have just announced, if you can hear by the cheers in the background, that we are 2 minutes away from the doors opening, which means we are 2 minutes away from Texas Frightmare Weekend starting for us general admission people, us fine folks that are not a part of the VIP crowd. But needless to say, we are still going to have a rocking good time. So let's go ahead and go in and get in some AC because your boy is about to melt out here. And you know, as vampires, we do not like the sun. All right, guys, bodies are moving. All right, we're gonna time out to see how long it takes us to reach the front of the doors. It is officially 6:01 Central Standard Time. All right, guys, let's see how fast this goes. Trust me, it really will not be long. And travelers, we have had 5 minutes pass before we have reached the front of the doors. So that is always welcome, guys. And we have reached the air conditioning. Oh, yes. Relief. All right, guys, let's go. Here we are in the lobby. Such a great feeling. So of course, you know what we're gonna do. Walk around, get the lay of the land, check out some vendors, and we're gonna enjoy a fantastic Texas Frightmare Weekend. Let's go, guys. And here we are at the official merch table. Everyone's lining up to get, of course, the official Fangorias and all the Frightmare exclusives. Oh, guys, gotta grab it early, guys. Be there or be square. Travelers, we are here at Puncture Wound Pen, so you know we are here visiting family. We have Felicia here showing off her amazing goods here. Of course, you know the Puncture Wound Pens are always bringing the fantastic stuff here. She always has like some of the amazing ideas that I see in regards to some of our favorite horror moments. She always has some very cool pen that she is unveiling. Guys, you should go and check out her website right now so that you can see this very awesome Friday the 13th one, this the New Blood one. Oh, here it is right here. Check that out, guys. Work of art there,
and
guys.
And it's Kane approved, I heard. My friend gave it to Kane.
Kane has approved. So you know that's a big deal, guys. You want to go ahead and make sure to show them some love. I am wearing a pin very prominently from Joe Bob's Jamboree. Guys, so I absolutely stand by her products, and you should definitely make sure to check them out. So guys, if you are interested and you want to know more, you know what to do. You can find it out right there. Puncture Wound Pens. Show them some love. Alright, guys, you'll remember Get to Steeping from Days of the Dead Las Vegas and also Days of the Dead Arizona. Very cool products. You know, if you are into tea, they have everything you need right here. Absolutely awesome company. Oh man. So, great name. If you're interested, you'll want to check them out. Find them online. Get to Steeping. Guys, we are here at the table of Spicy Donut. Very cool artwork that you see here, guys. I'm definitely enjoying it. Check out this foil Bioshock screen print. Very awesome, guys. For 40 bucks, that is quite a steal. They have all types of other cool things like patches. As you can see, guys, you know, if you're trying to fill out an awesome bomber jacket or a battle vest, a battle jacket, if you're just trying to add patches to your backpack, all types of cool things. You also have pins here. So if you're very into decorating different things and showing your individuality, you have awesome selections to choose from, guys. I'm digging the sheer amount of things that they have. Gotta love some good old enamel pens, guys. Pointy art. How could you not like that, guys? So, if you are interested in checking out more information in regards to Spicy Donut, you can find them there at spicydonutshop.com. Find them on IG and Facebook. Find it all right there, guys. Holla at them. Okay, guys, we are here at Scream Team. Hello, travelers. I am back for day number 2, which is Saturday. Starting off the day right, which is Patricia Arquette's line. It just opened up maybe an hour ago. I am at the back of it. We'll see how quickly this goes and if I can make it back for a few of the panels today. So travelers, wish me luck. Patricia is #1 on my list for today, and then hopefully I can get Bruce Campbell. But you know, if not for today, I can try to catch Bruce tomorrow. But we'll see, guys. Wish me luck.
Like a lot of you too, Christmas Day, and you guys got to be excited. I know that what we're about to get into is going to be so much fun because we got a lot of John Carpenter fans here, right? Woo! Yeah. Some of our favorite movies growing up, and we have the producer of some of our favorite movies right here to tell some great stories and talk about some great projects coming up. So let's give a big Texas round of applause for Sammy King, everybody. Have a seat wherever you'd like. Welcome to my office. All right, well, we have so much to talk about, just a little bit of time, so we'll get into it. This is so great, right, to get loved on all weekend, because you get such a warm reception for people who have loved the movies that you produced for so many years. Yeah.
I love it too.
Yeah.
And I love fans.
Woo!
Without you, we're nothing.
And of course, of all the great films, They Live and The Mouth of Madness. What's the one that people just keep bringing up over and over this weekend?
They Live.
Yeah.
Woo!
Over and over and over.
We sure are. I mean, of course, at the time you knew it was going to be a great film, but did you think that it would continue to be so relevant?
Yeah.
Yeah?
Yeah, some things never change. Did we think it would go to this extent? No. Did we think that a country so divided since its inception would continue to have foibles? Yeah. We are a greedy group that always seems to think that it's better to have more, flaunt more, and think that that's a better way to be rather than sharing more, caring more, and contributing to the welfare of others. And I know there will be people who disagree with me politically, but I kind of get their shit.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, of course, you've continued to work on so many good projects, and you've got so much coming up. I know there's a lot you can't tell us about, but what can you tell us about?
Well, upcoming in the next year, we've got 3 television series, which of course I can't talk about because Netflix says you can't talk about it. But they're real, in my mind anyway. And we've got, John's got a residency set of concerts in Los Angeles and New York. And then there's a really cool concert November 8th in Los Angeles with a whole bunch of film composers that Trent Reznor put together. And that should really rock because all the film composers who you never get to see are going to be there. And I think he's the most excited about that and about himself. Because, you know, it's everybody he doesn't get to encounter too often. He hasn't seen Mark Mothersbaugh in a long time and various other people. So those are the things he's been concentrating a lot on music while we wait for studios to pull their shit together. And there have been so many changes in the film industry in terms of who bought which studio and what network has decided, oh, horror's popular. You know, throughout time we deal with the vagaries of what's in, whether you fit their logarithms and that stuff. Gone are the days where I would walk into the president of the studio's office. He'd say, "What do you got?" I'd give it to him. Don't like it, no harm, no foul. See you next year. It was simple. And now, because other corporations own the studios, other people, you're having to please mostly marketing and then their research. Research gets better. But you roll with it. Films in the process have, whether it's technology or judgment or those things, have changed from the beginning of filming. So they do. Roll.
And how many of you have met John Carpenter when he's been here before? Right? A bunch of you guys? It's great.
He's okay.
He's a man. Well, you'd be so. I gotta know about when you first realized that you knew that he was the special man that he is.
Well, way before we got together, I interned at a LA film festival called Filmex, and that's where he premiered Dark Star. Now, this guy gets it. He knows 2001 is full of shit and was shot acid. And, I just thought he was brilliant. So I first encountered it there, but I didn't meet him. And then when I met him to interview to work on Starman, I interviewed him back and said, so how come you don't have anybody regular being your script supervisor? He'd go into this whole thing. I said, look, I don't care about being your best friend. I just want to work on the movie. And so he kind of held it against me and said, why don't you want to be my friend? I said, I didn't say that. I'm just, he seemed a little twitchy. It was difficult. We were both theoretically in other relationships that didn't make anyone happy, and unfortunately we fell in love, and it's 41 years later.
That's so wonderful. Well, of course, people look up to what you do. And we have aspiring filmmakers here, or people that do make films here. Yeah. And, I know that people want to know, what do I do? What kind of advice would you give them?
Well, I think you have to realize that throughout time, it's been difficult to place movies. It's just a matter of which avenue becomes the current avenue. Right now, it's about getting a really banger short made and being in the short film festivals. It wasn't back when we were starting out. Shorts didn't mean anything. Now they mean everything. And that's where the studios are watching. They're looking at who's making what. But it's going to be great because there's a billion people deciding on directors or writers or any of the other things. The other way to break in is learning the craft of editing. And then you're coming in that way and you get noticed by what you add to a film. It's a longer way, but you learn more because you're dealing with other crafts. Never underestimate what you can learn from other people. Every door I ever walked through was just because I was curious. I had no ambition about being a producer. I didn't care about being the most important person in the room, and I'm still not. There's one vision that carries the Carpenter movie, and that's John's vision. So I think that if you really want to get your foot in the door, learn one of the crafts, work with other people, and find that there's plenty of other ways, and you may find you're the best editor in the world and you want to stay an editor. There's all these other ways that people only talk about directing and producing and writing. You may find that you are one of the best crew people on the planet. You have a great future there. I remember being at UCLA, and everybody wanted to be a director. And a guy I knew really well decided after he went to AFI that he wanted to be a cinematographer. And that's how he spent his career. So there's lots of avenues to being a creative person and a fulfilled career.
Really well said. Now, of course, one thing I love about Frightmare is that everybody's the best questions. And so I'm going to open it up here. I think we've got a roaming mic, that you can step up to and either get in line or just come up and ask a question. So we got a brave first soul. It says, St. Ferris. There we go.
Take donations. I was looking at all the books that you had. They're not comics, they're graphic novels.
Same thing, one's longer.
Did you and John and different people kind of put those together? I mean, did John do the dialogue? Did he do the artwork, or how did that all the comics or whatever come together?
It came about because I got pissed off at a studio meeting where we were trying to set up a series that was predated Breaking Bad, and they were saying it was too dark, going through all this other stuff. And I said, well, it had to be this way, it had to be said. They were trying to say, can't it be in a sleepy town, and blah, blah, blah. I said, no, we're not going to shoot in the Carolinas so that you get a tax break and shooting on you. It has to be in Los Angeles. It's Satan coming through the city of angels is about you to God. And we need the Santa Ana winds, and it's always on fire, that kind of thing. Because it's not like we're snatching to a graphic novel or anything. And I said, actually, we are. At which point I was kicked under the table by 6'5" Thomasine Griffith, who was a co-creator, and on the other side by an agent who wasn't nearly as big, it didn't matter. And we walk out, and they all go, what the hell was that? And I said, look, these people just want to say they're working with John Carpenter. They're not going to make this series. It's too dark, and it's going to be him. And I said, we're going to make a comic book. I go home to John, and he says, so how'd it go? And I said, great, we're doing a comic. He goes, what do we know about comics? I said, nothing, outside of reading them. But we know all these great comic people. We'll learn. So we researched it for 2.5 years, and found the differences. You write comics versus scripts and all the other things. And we're eternally grateful to people like Steve Niles from 30 Days of Night, and Tim Bradstreet, did Punisher, and all these other people were great advisors. And we put together the first comic, Asylum. And it won awards, which for me is like, I grow fangs like a vampire. I just, whoa, we won awards. And so that started it off, and that's how we wound up doing comics. And then, because they all said John Carpenter, which by the way, I legally licensed his name. And it is our company. He now writes on the Tales from Halloween Night. He always writes the opening story. I always write the last story. In between, it's an anthology. I bring in writers from movies, from novelists, and from comics. And so those are like a box of chocolates, 4 that come out once a year. And then I dragged him into writing for DC on Year of the Villain, Joker, and various other things. So he now writes some of the comics. And mostly they have to, our other books have to satisfy the, oh fuck, John Carpenter test, where if he just reads it and goes, that's nice, it doesn't go out. He has to grimace. And if he says to me about my writing, that's nice, honey, I failed.
And I love that. I think we have another question from the page.
Hi, I'm Aaron. I'm an aspiring filmmaker, which kind of just means I sit on my couch and go, ooh, that's pretty. But the stuff you spoke on about the way the industry has changed, in that it's not as simple as it was back then, really spoke to me in that I just find it a little rare to have smaller directors get big breakouts, at least really soon. But I wonder, how would you say diving straight into directing, or being just a person on set who climbs through, starting off as a grip and then going into, being on different sets and learning different parts of the craft? Would you say that's also a good way to get into directing?
If you want to get into directing, I'd say take some classes in editing take as many classes, writing, editing, those things, and then try and get a job in the editing room, because you'll learn about structure and you'll get known. And that's a great thing, both for your own knowledge and then for having access where you may get some shots. You may get a second unit directing job. You may get a break where someone thinks you have real talent. You may find out about opportunities if you're working in a studio. That's why I suggest editing to everyone. One of John's first jobs in LA was editing a movie for Charlie Band. And he did it under a pseudonym, John T. Chance. But he's still friends with Charlie because Charlie gave him a break. So I'm a firm believer in taking classes at the university to give you a little knowledge to go in and then try and qualify to get a job somewhere as an assistant editor or as a production assistant to the editing department, because you learn more through your craft and you make connections to move on. It's time well spent. All of us can always learn more. I learn something every movie, and I'm old. Believe me, it's true. So I would say that's a way to go. I wouldn't necessarily, if you want to be a director, I wouldn't necessarily take a grip job or an extra hammer, because that you'll learn from being on the set. If that's the only job available and you need to eat, do it. I mean, do anything to stay around movies. But I would try first for the ones that will bring you in contact with the other artists that might have more in common that you're going to learn from to add to your toolkit.
Thank you very much.
Okay.
Hello, Sarah. How are you here? Real simple question. I'm curious how you know a story is good and how you take a grain of an idea and expand on it to make that grain like fully formed. Does that make sense?
I think that if you're talking about any story, not just horror, does it move you? Is there a reason for telling this story? What is it imparting to anyone else? Horror and comedy have a lot in common. They tell us about the human condition. They tell us about ourselves. But you can go into all the other genres. And what you want is figure out first what you're trying to say. Any story.
So it needs to be personal.
Well, yeah, I think so. I mean, why are you telling the story? Why do you think it's important to spend part of your life investing in it, whether you're a writer or a director or a producer? Because you're going to put a lot of effort into it. And don't just sit. If you have a scene that you just think is great, put it in the file cabinet. It may come in handy. But if you really want to tell a tale, what are you getting across with that tale? And in terms of horror in particular, it's an allegorical genre. It serves to tell a deeper story about either ourselves or society. So what are you doing with it? Are you doing it just so you can kill a girl in a shower? Not good enough. Are you doing it to say something about the guy that killed the girl in the shower? Or are you doing it to say something about the girl in the shower?
I see what you're saying. Thank you so much.
So I got to ask you, my co-host on the show is Drew Pearson, one of our great Dallas Cowboys, and he caught the Hail Mary in the Hall of Fame. And we love asking people their Hail Mary moment, which is not one in your life or career where you just kind of had to go for it, and it worked out for you. What do you suppose that was for you?
You know, I'm infinitely curious about all things in life. I'm not an ambitious person. I'm not one of those who have this big life plan. Just if doors open, I walk through them. I don't really have a hair merit. I'm just kind of fearless. I have a lot of why nots, but I just look at something and kind of, okay. I'm not the most inspirational person.
All right, we have time for a couple more questions. Anybody got a good one they want to get in before? Yeah, go ahead.
Do you have any stories from the time in the production for Village of the Damned? I absolutely love that film. I think it's a very underrated remake. Any stories in regards to like Christopher Reeve or Kirstie Alley? That would be awesome if you remember any of them.
Village of the Damned.
Wow. Well, since they're both dead, I can. Kirstie was used to being, she was from television, where they're used to like really gold woman treatment. We weren't that. And she wasn't used to, come on, here we're going. And we were shooting up in Marin County. Time to be on set is time to be on set. And know your lines and hit your marks. Pretty simple. But she was having a lot of trouble with lines. She was a Scientologist. I had to fly up the person from Scientology with a Brent Halliburton case to straighten her brainwaves. And Chris had about had it. He wanted her to be recast because he found out I had Isabella Rossellini on backup. And he became insistent, which pissed off John. And so I had this towering inferno of actors who wanted Kirstie replaced because they were sick of waiting on her. So in front of her husband, I had to just say it out loud, like, oh God, what are we going to do? I don't know what to tell Isabella Rossellini. So he went immediately to Kirstie and said, you better shape up because they're about to ship in Isabella Rossellini. Suddenly she didn't but in general, it was, I made it like summer camp for the kids because I don't really believe kids' functions are to work through the summer. And, there were just things you did to try and accommodate everybody. I don't believe in 10 sets. I don't believe in drama. And that was one of the bigger problems I had to solve and it ironed itself out. I had also cast an Asian actress whose name was Karen Cohen. And the studio thought she was Jewish. And so that was all fine until they saw the first day's rushes that she was Asian. I got a phone call where they said, when were you planning to tell us you cast an Asian actress? I said, a woman who called me was a lesbian. And I said, when were you planning to tell me you were gay? And so that ended that conversation. So, things like that tend to happen to me.
Yeah. Wow. Well, there's plenty of more great stories. Please come by the booth, and there's plenty of great stuff to buy. You got some comics, you got all kinds of great things. And I know we got to wrap it up here. We got another panel coming, but before we go, let's take a big family photo with everybody, and then we're going to do a big round of Texas round of applause. So, all right, here he comes. He's going to take a great shot. Everybody.
Okay, travelers, I am taking a bit of a break. Got capped in the line for Patricia Arquette. Well, not capped. I pretty much received a virtual number, so I will be coming back whenever her line resumes for general admission people. So I should be getting her autograph today, so that's the main objective. We'll see about Bruce today. that may have to wait until tomorrow, but we'll see. But overall, it's been a great day. Went to a few of the panels, went to the Sandy King one. She was freaking amazing, wonderful woman. Her and John Carpenter are definitely meant to be together, that's for sure. It's very similar attitudes. We also have the Predator panel later, and also one with Sybil Danning. So I'm definitely looking forward to those. And so if I get Patricia's autograph in between, then we'll keep our fingers crossed. But there's also a few other things. I'm hoping to get in the group picture for ACUS, or the Art the Clown Appreciation Society. So I can't wait to get into all the fun, guys. So stay tuned and let's get into some fun.
Well, we also have Christmas, but this is our Halloween, somewhere before Christmas. But today we have something really, really special for you. You guys been having a good weekend so far? Yeah. Well, I know that you guys have probably seen these guys do the. How many of you got the pro photo ops with these guys? You good? That's pretty cool. Well, you're about to hear some incredible stories because we love Predator. There's so much to talk about. So why don't we bring out our stars for us right now? Let's bring out Bill Duke. Look at this.
Hello, Dallas!
Look, we got them all fired up already. This is great.
I had a bunch of candy before I came on.
There's some circus peanuts. You know those little candies back there? A little questionable, but you know, all right. All right. So I know this is such a fun thing for you guys. You get loved on all weekend. There are worse jobs to have, right? Yeah. So of course people want to talk Predator. We'll get to some good questions from the audience here in a second. But when people see you guys, I know they instantly recognize you when they say, "Oh, Predator," and I want to talk to you about it. What's the first thing that comes to mind when you just hear the movie title?
I always tell this story to you the first week we were there. And there was a lady around the food.
Well, you know, there were a couple of us that were Vietnam veterans. Jesse and I are both combat Vietnam veterans. Thank you so much. It's Memorial Day weekend, and all to the wonderful men and women that are gone, but still with us in spirit. God bless and thank them, and for all of you out there that have served our country. God bless it, and we thank you very much. I know what Bill is talking about, buddy, the bugs. Oh man, we got down there. Well, we worked out. We worked out in the gym for about 2 months before we even went down to Puerto Vallarta. And then when we got to Puerto Vallarta, we went through like something I did when I was in the Army, an in-country training. We did 2 weeks before we even filmed one frame, okay, of the movie in-country training. We had a couple of other Vietnam veteran mercenary guys with us, and we went through an entire team movement through the jungle. We fired all the weapons blanks. We didn't fire real ammunition, especially with the Gatling gun. In real life, that would have to be attached to a tank or a deuce nail or something like that. But or a chopper or in a plane. But, and I'll tell a quick story. So now I'm supposed to have a little bit of experience. And at one point, about 4 or 5 days into it, after I spent all that time in the gym being pumped up, and I thought I was going to wear short sleeve shirts, okay, to show my incredible guns that Arnold had given me. I checked out this area outside of Puerto Vallarta, and I make sure it was all cool, peaceful, and I laid down, okay, bang, and then bang, and then boom, next thing I know, I'm covered on both my arms in red ants. I have about 25 bites on this arm and about 35 on this arm. Okay? I don't know anything about everything. We're talking bugs, we're talking bad. I'm ripping my clothes off and I'm running through the jungle to get to them, but they have a big water tank. Okay? And I'm standing in front of this water tank, butt naked. Trying to get all these welts are starting to come up on my arm. And so that was within the first week of us being down there. So, man.
Hey, that's just part of it, and he's right. It was interesting. It was one of the things, when we first were there, the people that were cooking put netting around where we're going to eat. And the first 3 days we were there, every time we got food, there were bugs in the food. And we told him, take this crap back. And he took us, I'm not putting bugs in the food. We're in the middle of the jungle. By the 5th day, we were all protein.
Oh yeah, it was an incredible experience. I mean, there's so many stories that I could tell, just to be around those guys and Jesse and God bless Carl. Wish Carl was here. They're great actors, they're great human beings. And Kevin Peter Hall, and Sonny Landon. I love you, baby. Sonny's great lines. Whenever you say goodbye, he goes, I love you, baby. Bye-bye. And of course, Arnold and Jesse and Shane Black. And the director said, Don McAlpine. Don McAlpine, great cinematographer, won the Academy Award for Break of Iran. One of the most incredible cinematographers I've ever worked with. Right there in the nitty-gritty with the rest of us.
Have any more questions?
Absolutely, we're going to go, but I got to tell you guys real quick. So speaking of Puerto Vallarta, they are so proud of Predator over there that the place where it was filmed, they have a restaurant built there, and they have one of the original costumes there, and you can zip line right into the restaurant. So if you come back, you got to check it out. It's pretty good. I did it. All right, so we're going to open it up because you guys always have the best questions. So what we'll do is there's a mic that's going to come up here if you guys want to line up, but I want to know who the first brave one is. I see you standing. You want to be the first question? Come on down. All right, so we'll get through as many as we can. So here we go.
Good afternoon, gentlemen. First, thank you all for being here. We very much appreciate you coming in. This one's going to be way outside Texas Frightmare stuff, but my question is for Mr. Duke. How do you wind up, because it has a wide and varied career, hoodlum, raging Harlem, car wash, commando, all this stuff. How do you wind up on the short list to be the director for Sister Act 2? What was it like working with Lauryn Hill before she becomes Ms. Lauryn Hill?
It was, there are certain people born with talent, and she's one of them. Even at that young age, she had something in her, and it was a pleasure working with her. And you didn't have to bring it out of her, it was there. So it was a pleasure working with her. And Whoopi Goldberg, she just, how can I say, she doesn't say her lines, she lives her lines.
True.
And the choreography, we really enjoyed the whole experience.
Just an amazing stuff. Thank you both for being here. Thank you for the time.
Thank you.
I just want to say thanks again for making Predator. It's my partner and I's favorite movie. I had no idea. She told me that, hey, you want to watch a movie one day? And she says, we can watch my favorite movie, Predator. And I knew she was the one. So thank you very much. The question that I have is, there's some rumor regarding, I don't know if it's a rumor, it's on the internet, so I have no idea, but I guess I'd ask you guys. So there's a rumor that for the Predator outfit, Jean-Claude Van Damme demoed the outfit, and he was throwing too many kicks, and then the director and writer was like, no, he doesn't throw kicks. He said, are you sure? And then he got caught fired. But did you guys ever see or work with Jean-Claude Van Damme in that movie?
I'm sorry, the question again, do you remember?
Yeah, so...
Oh, what happened?
Yeah, did you ever see Jean-Claude Van Damme on set? Was he there?
Oh, yeah.
He was the original Predator.
Oh, God.
Yes, yeah.
I'll try and make it succinct, okay? So, Jean-Claude and I got along, okay? He was there for the first, couple of weeks. And Jean-Claude and Joel and the director got into it a little bit because Jean-Claude wanted his face to be seen. Okay? And the costume that was originally made had a face on it, of course, much different than the one that Stan Winston and his crew came up with, but it still had his head, and he didn't want to do it. Because, and I don't know if I was instrumental in getting him to at least give it a try, but I was called because I had a relationship with him, pretty as much as him and I got along. They called me and said, could you please talk to him? And see if maybe you could convince him to at least get into it. And my selling point was, no matter if your face is seen or not, they're going to know what Jean-Claude Van Damme because nobody can move like Jean-Claude Van Damme. And so whether that was a selling point or not, he did put it on. And they did film, I think, for a couple of days. And back then, it was not a digital sending. You had to take the actual film, get on a plane, and take it back to Fox. And from what I understood from the story, the executives at Fox said it looked like a wrap. And that was Joel Silver's okay to say, you're fired. And in actuality, and we didn't know what was going to happen at that point. And then, so that was sometime in the summer of '86. And I get a call from my agent, the beginning of '87, to go down to Chiapas, near the Palenque ruins, to film the actual Predator sequences with then Kevin Peter Hall and the incredible Stan Winston and his team's creation. And I was blessed. It was me and Kevin Peter Hall, Arnold, and Shane Black were the only principals that were brought back. And I was one of the lucky ones to be there that day when Kevin Peter Hall got in that suit for the first time, I was there. When I saw Kevin go, like that was it. No question in my mind that this was going to be one hell of a movie.
Thank you so very much.
Hello, gentlemen. First thing I want to say to both of you, so I love to research productions of films, and it's, common knowledge and common knowledge that making Predator was hell, both physically, mentally. Thank you to both of you for everything you went through to bring this movie to life and give everyone in this room one of the greatest action movies of all time. Thank you. You're a great filmmaker as well. Deep cover is my jam. So, my question for both, speaking of filmmakers, my question for both you gentlemen is, you had the privilege of working with the great John McTiernan on this film, who is one of just the greats of action filmmaking. Is there anything that you could share with us about working with John McTiernan on this film?
And John the only thing, John saw me in a play that I wrote with 6 other professional actors who were all Vietnam combat veterans called Tracers. And Jackie Birch had seen it, called me up for 3 Amigos, and I didn't get it. But she goes, I'm going to send the director tomorrow night. I want you to be on your toes. Didn't tell me who it was, didn't tell me what the movie was. And he came to see it the next day. I got a copy of the script and an appointment to go and meet with him in Joel Silver's office. And this is the kind of man he was. I had prepared to read, some of those incredible lines that I had as Poncho. And he took the script out of my hand and goes, tell me your life story. Okay? And I sat down and I told him my whole life story. And that was my interview with him. And brought me back. And I met, never forget, I walked into the room. There was Jackie and Joel and John Davis and Larry Gordon and Arnold. And Joel Silver said, what do you think of the script, Richard? And I said, it was a great script. I said, you're going to need somebody to know what the hell they're doing. I said, I'm a combat Vietnam veteran. But yes, turned to my chair and says, Richard, do you want for Poncho? And John went, yes. And that was it. And down there, what an incredible experience. He was there, getting ready, up to his backside, and bugs and everything, the whole time.
It was an amazing experience in so many ways, because when you're in the middle of the jungle, it's not being on set. We're talking about you're in the middle of bugs and what they call coral snakes. If a coral snake bites you, you die. And so we were crawling on our bellies, and coral snakes would be crawling in front of us. But it created a brotherhood. When you saw the brotherhood that we put forth, it was real because we were under some conditions that were really, really challenging. So it was a great experience.
Thank you, gentlemen. And Bill, thank you for teaching me how to shave when I was a kid. You guys are doing great today. I love this. Applause after every question.
Speaking of rumor territory, I heard a rumor that apparently, due to what happened on the set of The African Queen, that a lot of people involved in Predator were worried about the water making them sick. So a lot of people drank a lot of alcohol to try and do what Humphrey Bogart did and kill the virus. Can y'all shed any light on any of that?
It was tough, okay? It was tough. But I gotta be perfectly frank. In Vietnam, okay, it was cold showers, it was cold food, it was as many bugs, and and the other thing is that the bullets that were coming at you were real, and it was pretty tough, okay? And it was very tough out there, and there was a lot of crazy things that happened out in the jungle. There was no blue screen, no flying around on strings. No shot in that movie was done in a sound stage or a studio. It was all in the raw jungle. But at night, we got to go back to Camino Real Hotel. Take a hot shower, and as I'm in the hot shower, picking the ticks off my body, okay, I was still going, thank God for this silent picture. But yeah, there was a lot of, you had to be careful, and I only took the water out of the bottle, but people got sick, yeah.
Including me.
But I was pretty fortunate. When I went back down to Chiapas, okay, I took with me, I had a full, trunk, okay, of food and water and stuff that I took with me when I went down to Chiapas for that period of time down there. Because I said to myself, well, first, whatever, there's one thing. Chiapas is where one hotel that they really haven't completed yet, near the ruins in Palenque. And but the crazy thing about it was that I got sick when I went there, even though I took that stuff. But you know, it can happen anywhere. It can happen anywhere. And yeah, there's a video called, what do they call it? Oh man. What's his name? Montezuma 3. Every once in a while that happens, that people that worked on the movie, the extras and people that worked on the movie were as professional and supportive as you could ever have. Really wonderful.
Thank you, gentlemen.
Thank you.
Thank you. Hello.
I just wanted to start by saying, like, thank you again for making such an awesome movie. Like, I watched it with my dad a couple of years ago. We both had plaques because he was like, hey, I watched this as a teenager. You should watch it too. I was like, okay. Since then, it's like easily been in my top 10 movies, especially with like the creation, like the creature design for like the Predator. What was your opinion, like when you first saw like the suit? Like, were you like kind of like scared at all? Were you kind of like, what the hell? Like, or were you just kind of like, oh, it's another movie thing?
It was scary. I mean, you know, and he was a great actor. I mean, he didn't play the part, he became that monster. And so when you were in the scene, you felt that you were the scene of the monster.
It was Kevin. I mean, you know, I saw him, and I'm sure there have been pictures that have been circulated where you see him getting into the suit now. And you see his face, and then they put, you know, the complete head on him. But ultimately, it was Kevin that brought the creature to life. Okay, Stan Winston and Steve Lang and all the wonderful people that Stan had working with him, probably one of the greatest monster creation teams in history, and they still are going. But they create the mask. There's a guy and a neat girl underneath the mask that brings it to life. And it was Kevin. It was Kevin.
Thank you.
Hello. First of all, it's an honor to be in your presence. I've been watching Predator since I was a child, and I don't think that was probably the right move, but it's legendary, and it holds a very near and dear place to my heart. My question for you is, you guys have, I mean, I've seen a lot of interviews you guys have done in the past, and so you guys always bring it back to how intense the environment was because you weren't in a sound studio, because you were out in the jungle, and this really brought you guys together as a cast, as a crew. Would you guys, or have you guys worked in any other projects that were just as challenging in the setting while you guys were filming? Since then, since Predator?
Predator, for me, okay,
Films, I'm sure you know from Canon Films. I did 5 movies for Canon Films. And we shot it all in Israel, so Israel and Benghazi and Entebbe airports were all in Israel shot. We had the Philharmonic from there, we had everyone in the government there. We had the soldiers from there, and Netanyahu's brother, who is a true hero, died on that mission. And when Menachem Golan came to Germany, I was still modeling, and I was in Milan, Italy, and he said, "You come and we're going to do Entebbe." And I said, "You and 10 others." I mean, you know, there was the TV movie that was being done, and then there was another movie running parallel. And he said, "No, I have the real story, and we're going to do it. And you're going to play the terrorist, and who can you bring? Come to Munich." We met in Germany. Still in Germany, and I said, Klaus Kinski. I mean, you all know him, and I'm sure you all love him. And I said, Kinski, and when I called Kinski, he didn't know about it. He didn't, I mean, the whole world knew what happened, and he didn't know. And I said, "You don't know, so you call me back tomorrow."
And you tell me because I need to know. He said, yeah, and who's this director? And I want all this money. And I said, you call me tomorrow because I need to know, but you talk to your agent. Because normally he just said, don't send me the script. That's him. Don't send me the script, send me the check, you know? And so, yeah, that was him. And so he, next day he calls, he says, oh, I want to do it. Then I called my Germans because they were putting up all the money for the movie, and I said, I'd like to have Klaus Kinski in the lead, and they said, no, we don't want him. And so now I have him, and they don't want him. Because he, at that time, was going around Germany, he was doing a play, and he'd spit out at the audience. He'd be like on stage, and if you sneezed or something, you should say, oh, shut up and go home and go to bed, and stop sneezing in my play, you know, things like that. So he was known as that enfant terrible. And they said, no, we don't want him, he's trouble. And I said, listen, I put my hand in the fire. You know, he's a damn good actor. I want him to be it because I produced it. And I said, I will put my hand in the fire. And he said, okay, let me tell you this. If there's any trouble, you don't get paid, he doesn't get paid, and you're both going to get sued. I said, okay. I have no problem because my best friend there is the head of the Mossad. And so I said, no problem, I will let him know that. So I called Klaus and I said, you know what, the Germans don't want you. But you know what, I put my hand in the fire for you, and you know what? If you give me any trouble, my best friend is with the Mossad, and you will never leave Israel alive. That's how I had to deal with him. And he said, oh, no, everything's going to be fine. So now we're in Israel, we're shooting the movie. But he had such a weird character that, you know, we'd sit there and he'd always come and sit with me kind of like, here, watch me. I'm here, okay? I'm behaving. I didn't leave. I'm behaving, okay? And then he'd say, oh, I'm going to go get some dessert, but you know, you really shouldn't eat a lot of sugar because sugar's bad for you. I said, yeah, you're right. So he'd get up and he'd come back with this huge piece of cake with frosting on it and everything, and he'd just look at me and smile. And I said, yeah, you're right. You can die from sugar. I mean, that's the kind of guy he was. You know, he was provoking me, you know, because he couldn't do anything else because he knew he would die. But he was there every day, and we got the movie done, and we were nominated for Best Foreign Film, and I'm very proud of it because I got the money, I produced it, and I'm producing a couple of movies now that I'm very excited about too. And one is a vampire movie. Do you want to see a vampire movie? Well, I already gave it to Sony, but Sony's doing something else that came in between, so mine is kind of, but I have it with other distributors right now, and I wrote it. I'm going to play a role in it, of course, and it's going to be an exciting one, and yeah, so we'll see.
That's amazing. All right, well, before we do the big Texas send-off, what we're going to do is we'll turn around and take a big selfie with the crowd. So everybody pile in here because it's the last.
If you guys are fans of The Evil Dead, then you will recognize this beauty right here. Such a classic. I want to take a drive all the way down to Tennessee, guys. You got that good old Delta 88. Looks beautiful. Groovy, baby.
Just a movie. How long was Will and the Upside Down? You'll get over it. 3 days, 7 days, 10 days, or 14 days. In the movie, like I said, Stranger Things.
Or the show on Netflix.
It does. Hey, you didn't read this shit either, buddy.
I actually have seen this show.
Me out. Mr. I never saw Star Wars. What is the answer, for God's sake? 7 days. No.
Look at only 17% got that right. Okay.
Man, were you screwed by that answer? You're screwed again. I'm noticing a pattern here, man. Okay, we're gonna move right on.
Thankfully, only the front row could hear that horrible insult that she hurled at me. Here we go. Wow, man. We can give you a private room off to the side if you like to. That was awesome. I hope the rest of you will play with such unbridled enthusiasm. Next question. My name is Bruce.
Hey, Bruce, where'd you make that movie?
The movie, My Name is Bruce?
Yeah.
I made it on my property. Steve's bringing that up because he knows that during the movie I put my wife into the hospital by making that movie. So that wasn't a joke, okay, folks? You just touched on a very private moment in my life.
We hit a nerve, evidently.
Because I built an entire western town on my property without the funding. So I did a convention just like this so I could make payroll on Monday. And thirsty chimpanzee in Jordan Peele's Nope. Is there going to be a sequel? Yep. Okay, who was the name? The name of the chimpanzee, Dracula, was it Dracula, Frankenstein's monster, the Wolfman, or the Mummy? Is this a question?
No, you got it.
I got it anyway.
Oh my God, okay. I'm going to show my partner that I'm not crazy, that he's crazy. Yes, the card that you gave me, Steve, was not Dunstan, Gordy, Henry, or Lucy. Oh, no, it was Dracula, Frankenstein's monster, the Wolfman, or the Mummy. Not even close, Steve, not even close.
Okay, I just want to say sometimes you cut and paste in the questions in the system we use to script it.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, nice.
Wow.
Nice.
70%.
Oh, yeah. Well, we had to figure out a name for the movie. Our agent goes, come up with some names for the movie. Sam Raimi had a nightmare one night. He was in the desert and looked out, and there was a 100-foot tall tsunami of blood coming out. So he thought, let's do blood flood. He did blood flood. Okay, so that got on the list. 101% dead. I mean, that's really dead. And that lets the audience know right there, this is no normal death that's happened, right? You're saying to them in advance, get ready, get ready. And C is just so completely sexist and inappropriate. But it's still the best one. These bitches are bitches. Zach has fought back. He's tied. Here we go. A character. The character's name is Leatherface from which movie? Yes, Adam.
Texas Chainsaw Massacre.
Thank you very much. Don't clap too hard. He parked in a handicap spot. The next character.
The reason it took 5 years to make this, first thing, documentaries take time. One, you want to try to get as many people involved as you possibly can. When we went to make the movie, we crowdfunded, and a lot of people in here are part of that crowdfunding. By the way, can anybody who actually put money into this movie, could you stand? Can you stand now? Anybody who worked on this film? Anybody? And Benedict Giallo right there, executive producer. Amazing young man. Amazing. Folks, this was such a collaborative effort. And our crowdfunding went incredibly well. Like, so fast, so amazing. Everybody was so generous. That was in 2019. And in January to February, we shot 30 interviews. So we were like, we're gonna be done by the end of the year. Like, in 2 weeks, we're gonna kill this. We're gonna fucking kill this. And then March happened. And everybody got sick. And now here's the thing. We are all in Los Angeles. In LA, we were in lockdown for 2.5 years. That's not a joke. People who live anywhere else in the country were like, wait, you're still in lockdown? We're still in lockdown. We can't go to our jobs. We're sitting at home. We can't see anybody. This is not, I'm not kidding. It was crazy. So for 2.5 years, we couldn't do shit. Well, here's the only good thing that happened. We actually spent time finding people that we couldn't get. Like Michelle Clooney, who had never talked about this movie. Like Allison Smith, who had retired from the business. And we started reaching out to them. Here's the thing. They wouldn't let us in their houses to shoot. And we wanted people to be comfortable when we shot them. To that end, I'm going to pass this on to Allie because she can tell you more of what this journey was to get this done.
Oh, thank you.
Yeah.
I don't even know where to begin because you already began at the beginning.
Right.
And then there was a strike. So 2021, I actually started working on another film for the first time. It was production actually reopened. That was 2.5 years after we had already started this. Doing anything in person immediately brought up a budget by about $2 million. Because you had to test everything and you had to, it was awful. So we got creative. We filmed Michelle Clooney at her home, outside. I was like far away.
20 feet away.
Yes. Everybody was far away. I had just filmed Rusty and Nightly in Chicago. And that's when everything shut down. So we only had a few more interviews to do, and it was so frustrating for us too.
Oh, and by the way, Leslie Jordan died. He was going to be in the movie. We lost him just before we were going to interview him. Yeah, no kidding. I mean, and by the way, it's why we dedicated the movie to him. Come on, man. Like that loss, that killed us. That killed everybody involved in this movie. Here's the other thing. The legal on a movie like this, like everybody knows the legal problems that Fridays have, right? Y'all know? Y'all got that? Right. Larry Zerner, Shelley, that's our lawyer. That's our lawyer. That's not a joke. And he's the best at dealing with these movies. It took years of clearances so that we wouldn't get sued, so we wouldn't get embroiled in all of this legal wrangling and nonsense. Here was the good news. The best thing that happened at the beginning of this production, the very first person we interviewed, the very first, was that man.
Woo!
First one. First guy. Okay? And I'm telling you, all we kept referring to is, oh, thank God we got Kane. Because if there's another horror story that happens, we're just going to cut this thing and just let Kane talk. Like, that's it, man. I don't care if I get anybody else. And truth be told, I do want to say one thing. I'm going to pass the mic over to Kane. But I know you do. But I do have one story that I have to tell. It's actually my favorite story about Kane Hodder. Okay, now by the way, Kane, as all of you know, because all of you got the signatures from Kane, he's a maniac, right? And he's gonna jump at you and scare you. By the way, my brother Kip is terrified of Kane. To this day, terrified, okay? But here's the amazing story, and it will tell you everything you really need to know about this team. We were shooting the last day of the show. And it was him pulling the mask down. He was in the full regalia. He was in full Jason makeup. We did all this stuff on the last day. And Bill Dill, the cinematographer, had his son on set, Elliot, Elliot was 3 years old. Elliot, if you see Bill, Bill's a big dude, and Bill's wife was bigger, just taller, okay? Elliot was over 3.5 feet tall. He was 3 years old.
Jeez.
So everybody thought he was much older than he was, right? Well, Elliot's on set, watching this maniac do what he does best. And the kid is unfazed. Just unfazed, man. And we wrapped, right? We're all celebrating, people are popping champagne, it's an amazing moment. And he's getting out of makeup. He's desperate to get the hell out of that damn suit. It's so freaking hot. So they're peeling him out of the suit. Well, Elliot was watching as the makeup guys were peeling the stuff off, right? And Elliot sees some of Kane's burn scars. And Elliot reacted. And Kane put out his arm and he said, "Come here, come here." And this little boy comes over to him. And Kane says, "You can touch it, it's okay. It's just like you. It's the same." And he touched his skin. And later that night, this man had that little boy on his shoulders for over an hour while we were having a cast and crew party to celebrate the movie. When he put Elliot down, I walked over to Kane and I said, "Man, that is one of the most beautiful things I've ever seen." I said, "Why? What made you think to do it?" He said, "Well, Elliot's black. He's getting a lot of people who are going to react to the color of his skin. I want him to know that we're all the same. It doesn't matter what our skin looks like. We're all the same." I already love this fucking guy. That was the moment I was like, I want to know this man the rest of my life. That's how good this man is.
Alright guys, it is Sunday, our final day here. I'm kicking it at Billy Pun's table. We just had a Horror Besties photo shoot. I joined the Horror Besties on Facebook not too long ago, and they're a very cool group. It was a privilege to be a part of their first group picture, guys. So be on the lookout for them on Facebook. Guys, well, my Sunday isn't off to the best start because they have already capped Bruce Campbell's line. But you know, people leave early and they may have some available spots left. So, you know, it happened for John Carpenter, it could possibly happen for Bruce. Wish me luck, guys. But we're gonna go and check out some panels, maybe get some more cosplayers and such, and let's get to the spooky stuff. It's a very chill Sunday, but it's still very busy. You're seeing all types of great faces. We got Tina in the house. What's your IG, Tina?
Miss Tina. Tina with 2 E's, 210.
All right, make sure to follow her, guys.
You know, he had told me at a panel that we had done years later that he wanted guys that you could relate to, that you could appreciate and maybe, you know, understand what they were going through. So he chose me primarily because he said, well, he's a likable guy in a 30-second commercial. Maybe he'll be likable in my film. So he gave me the script. I went to his office in LA at Universal, which was really kind of a thrill, getting to drive on past Universal, parking in a parking space, walking into his office. And this young guy comes out, and it's John Landis, whom I'd never met before, and we got talking, and you know, he's a very upbeat, laughable guy, and he gives me the script, writes down his office number, says, "Read this and call me tomorrow," which was so odd. I didn't really know what to expect, and I did, read it, you know, like little one-lines, David transforms into a werewolf. I wonder what that's like. I was going to find out. So the next day, he goes, "Oh, you want to be a werewolf?" It was really that simple. It wasn't a screen test or a big panel of things. She says, "Okay, good. Now you got to get right over to Rick Baker's office." Or Rick Baker, he actually had a rented studio space to begin preliminary makeup.
And I definitely want to get to talking about the effects and what that was like, because that was kind of uncharted territory as well. But, you know, Landis Rick Baker, there's so many reasons that this movie works, and there was probably a lot that you had to kind of prove because, again, as you said, you know, people were skeptical of it. Nobody had ever seen a movie like this, but really at the heart of it, the reason this movie works beyond all that is you two and the rapport between you. How fast did you kind of find that rapport with each other?
Well, I was just going to say, you know, we started the movie shooting the first day was what you see, the very beginning of the film, which you kind of go, hey, what a great way to start this film. We started at the beginning, which isn't the normal way things work. You know, you're all, you know, at the mercy of the schedule and not necessarily of what the actors might, you know, benefit from. But yeah, we started right at the beginning, and Griffin and I got to, you know, talk about it. And, you know, when you're the only Americans on a show and you're in England, and we're out on this location, it's like us versus everything else that's coming towards you in the film. So I think that really helped the bond. The fact that, hey, you know, we're a couple guys from New York supposedly, and let's go make this movie.
Yeah, we just understood that rapport right away. There was a nice icebreaker before we actually the cameras rolled. We're about to roll and do the first take of the first shot of the first, you know, movie that I had a real part in, and I had to pee. And I told John, I said, just give me 1 second. So I went, you know, they had these little caravans that was hitched to a pickup truck. And so I go in, and as I'm doing my thing, the caravan moves, and it drives me offset. We're on the shores of Wales, and it's driving back to London. And John is like, where did he go? And they had to send a car, and they caught up with the caravan and stopped the pickup truck, and then I was brought back. So John's first word were, we hadn't even started shooting, we're already an hour behind.
And, you know, you mentioned shot in sequence. It seems like it was the third film for both of you, but you mentioned really the first big film you've both ever done. It seems like you found the rapport in the comedy, but the horror was, again, uncharted territory, especially those style effects. I want to start with you, David. The transformation scene is still to this day in the pantheon of werewolf movies. It just doesn't get better. In all the years since, like, they haven't done a better job. And that is, of course, wasn't that big a deal. That's of course credit to Rick Baker's effects that have stood the test of time, but it's your performance too. So talk about kind of blending the performance with the challenges of the effects.
We did the entire film, wrapped everything, and just had the transformation to shoot at the end. So it was really a case of saving the hardest for me for the, you know, for the end of the film. As I said, we've done everything, and you know, I didn't know. I had done the preliminary makeup, and the preliminary was back in LA in Rick's shop, where we had to do molds of my face like 5 times, different expressions. And this was this fast, quick-drying cement. You know, it's like an alginate was the name of it, I think is what he was using. Which, if you've ever had a molds of your teeth done, it's a similar process, only we're doing different parts of your body. So I started with my arms, and you're in this vat of stuff, and you're trying to pull your arm out as it's drying. And then my legs I had to do as well, which, you know, again, was like, hey, you know, we can do this. But then when it came time for the head stuff, here, you know, that's the real test of, you know, you kind of go, now how do you spell claustrophobia? Because you are in it, it's drying, you can't hear, they're checking with you. I said, Rick, have you guys done this before? He goes, we did it once. Yeah. So they were kind of new at it too. So I kind of knew what that was like in the preliminary part of it, but the actual application of the makeup, once we got into it, we were using the Twickenham studios. Many of the locations we used were practical places, but we were back on the stage for this stuff, and we're in the makeup, and it just was never ending. My call would be like 5 a.m., which is me and Rick, and a couple of his assistants, and around 2 in the afternoon, and he'd go, well, I think he's ready to take, you know, the first shot. So it was just sort of the, I couldn't believe it was taking as long as it was taking to get ready. And we go out and shoot, and John Landis, who is very fast, you know, he'll do take one, and if he likes it, he's happy with it. So I'd come out with this makeup, and we'd do 10 minutes, he goes, good, got it. And Rick would go, wait a minute. You know, this took 10 hours, 3 months to make, and then 10 to apply. It's like, we got to shoot. Rick and John would go, well, what else does it do? Go, well, that's about it. He's only in this particular stage. So they would argue back and forth, like, can't you shoot longer? And John would go, no, I got what I need. And then finally I go, yeah, I think I'm done. You know, no one's asking you. So then, you know, I'd go, and they take it off for an hour or so and come back the next day. So that was a 5-day, 10-hour-a-day transformation thing. There was parts where I'm in the floor, we're halfway through it, and now there's this giant appendage, you know, that's, you know, glued to me from here, and I'm basically, this is all of me that you see, and the rest is this appendage, which, you know, it's pretty primitive. I mean, my legs were being used and operated by little, you know, holes in the floor with, you know, metal rods that they were basically a guy underneath doing the metal rods while I was reacting to my legs moving. So it wasn't exactly high tech, but, you know, this is practical makeup, and you know, it worked. So that's what we were kind of hoping for, is like, when do you see this cut together?
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, again, all your kind of sacrifice and time has stood the test of time all these years later. So, and you mentioned the kind of delicacy of the effects. Griffin, there's a story. Oh, I was wondering if you could corroborate about one of the first. It's when Jack was killed by the first werewolf, and I heard you went a little too hard with the wolf's head, and Rick got mad at you. Is this? What's the story?
Yeah, there was, I'm being eaten to death by a wolf, and really what it is a guy in a wolf suit on his stomach with a wheelbarrow pushing the wolf's mask into my face. So, you know, it required a lot of acting. And a lot of, you know, really finding real terror. And so, you know, I realistically grabbed this thing, and I guess some fur came out. And Rick got upset, and I went, well, you know, hey, I'm being killed. There's no, you know, light way to do this. So, you know, it was where our two professions came into conflict.
Yeah.
I mean, it wasn't a big deal, but, you know, there's no light way to die.
Yeah, and there was apparently a backup head, and Rick Baker is quoted as saying, I used the backup head to beat the crap out of Griffin. Is that true?
That's where he's exaggerating.
Yeah, thank you for corroborating that. Somebody needs to update the IMDb. And then you go to have your own effects. What was, I mean, you are staring at yourself as a very realistic, lifelike, mutilated corpse that had to be kind of, I'm sure that felt jarring a little bit.
Well, you know, yeah, you're quite right. You know, when, like David, I went to Rick's studio in Los Angeles, and, you know, I didn't know what to expect. I didn't, and, you know, if there's like putting on layers of the latex and then slowly painting it, I was really freaked out. I saw the final thing of how, wow, that's what I would look like if I was violently murdered. And, you know, there was even the little wiggle of the vein. And, you know, I had this very odd reaction. I know, you know, how much fun it can be to dress up as, you know, but it was so real. I'd never seen anything like that before. You know, my mother, at the time, she was ill and in frail health. And I thought, this is going to kill her. And she was like a concern of mine. But yeah, it's really weird to look and see. So that's what it would be like.
Yeah. We brought up Dr. Pepper, and you talked about saving the filming of the werewolf sequence at the end. There's another story I'd like you to corroborate that after filming was completed, the whole crew danced in a circle around David Knott, who was still in his werewolf makeup on the floor singing, I'm a werewolf, you're a werewolf, wouldn't you like to be a werewolf too?
I don't remember that.
It's on the internet, so it must be true.
It must be true if it's on the internet, right?
So throw back to the classic Dr. Pepper.
Yeah, the other thing that people
people always say, gee, it's too bad, Dr. Pepper was upset. But, they weren't upset with me. Anytime that they could cash in with any sort of notoriety that you would have, it's something that, they would capitalize on. So it was really my decision to leave Dr. Pepper. It was a 4-year, relationship where I'd, been a Pepper all over America. Based in Dallas, of course.
Yeah.
We do, on locations for some of these commercials, which would run. I mean, we did a 60 and 230 seconds, so that's 2 minutes of film, 22-day shoot, if you can imagine, the first year. Yeah.
Wow.
You could make a film easily, somewhat easily in a 22-day shoot, but that was because of all the different locations. So after 4 years of this, I had this brilliant idea of going, well, I think I'm done.
Yeah.
I think I'm probably ready to move on and be a werewolf. No, I had no idea what that was going to be like.
Yeah, absolutely.
But yeah, somebody posted, they were upset with, the fact he was naked in the film. I go, well, I had a double. That's all right. I didn't have it.
All right, let's take it out to y'all. You got some great questions. If you'd like to ask a question, these gentlemen can line up right there. Hi, how's it going? What's your name?
Hello, my name is Anthony. Great to meet you guys. You as well. You're
Oh,
great.
thank you.
So my question is, so this was y'all's, quintessential big break. John saw you guys, snippets of y'all, snippets of your personality, and saw something special in y'all. To your recollection, was there anything about John, or maybe even Rick, that when y'all were working on set that y'all just thought, wow, this person is such a special filmmaker, or this person has a special quality or special work ethic and practical effects or whatever?
Well, I loved Animal House that I had seen, and I had a good friend who was in the movie, who played Niedermeyer, and so I would always hear these great John stories, and both David and I spent a lot of time with Rick, and that's a chemistry that really has to work, because you're spent a lot of time having to be still. And he was just a great entertaining, he had a great vibe, he really kept you calm. I think Walkman came out around that time, that was helpful. So, you wear the headphones sometimes. But, they both had such, engaging personalities in different ways that, it made the shoot really fun and effortless.
Yeah, I know that John and Rick had worked together on Schlock and had decided, well, if I ever get my werewolf movie done, and John had written this when he was 21 years old. I'm not sure if they knew that. But he finally, with his success, got a chance to make this werewolf script that he had written as a young man. And Rick had agreed to do it when that day came. So what I found interesting was when we were shooting the transformation scene, or when I was in the bed and I was made up and I had these glass scleral lenses for contacts that were wolf yellow, of course. And to hear them interact was always fun because, as I said before, Rick always wanted more shooting done of the stuff that he had prepared, and John was like, I'm over it, it's good, what else does it do? The hand stretches, what else does it do? So that's what it does. So I shot it, it's good. So they would argue about it while I was, in the midst of the makeup, or in the floor, or, in the wolf cage too. John was going, okay, now, I don't think we can train them. But the people were saying, no, but they've been fed. Oh, isn't that good to know? So, but just no loud noises, no fast movements. And I'm going, well, I'm not going to stick around in here. The idea is to get out, wake up, see that, and go. I'm not going to be yelling, but I'm going to move as quickly as I can. And these wolves were sort of going, what are you? Oh, let's go, snip you. And that's when I would realize, I need to get out of here. And this will be one take. Thank you very much. Which has turned out to be.
Thank you so much.
Thank you so much.
Hi, my name's Ed. Hey guys, thank you for coming here after 2 years. We're real happy to have you. We are very, very privileged. I've been glad to follow both of your careers for a very long time, and I'm probably one of 8 people in this room who will admit to seeing me and him, which, by the way, is secret screen.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah.
My question for you both is...
We'll have to have you killed.
I wouldn't be surprised. Well, except that. Okay. My question for you both is, what was your reaction to seeing Werewolf in a theater with other people, knowing what was coming and what they were going to see? And what was your reaction to hearing that they had to create an Academy Award for Rick Baker?
Yeah. Great question.
I had seen the film by myself the very first time, which I really sort of thinking back, going, it's not the way you want to see a film that's completely cut together, with the music and everything. So I was watching it just to remember every moment of, I wonder if that thing with Jenny, how did that go? Or how did it go out on the moors with Griffin? So seeing it alone was kind of a strange way to see the film. What really the payoff was we had an opening in Times Square in New York for opening night, and I invited my parents to come see this. My parents are from Connecticut. I was trying to prepare them for what they were about to see, which was I didn't do a very good job, because my parents were absolutely catatonic, And afterwards, Roger Ebert, you remember Siskel and Ebert, were at the screening, and Roger Ebert wanted to interview my parents, who couldn't speak. They were just, I'm going, come on, Dad, what'd you think? Oh, whoa. I mean, they were just, didn't go very successful. So that was the reaction. Publicly. But seeing the jumps, literally the audience leaving their seats, and a couple of the big scares in the film were so fun for me to watch that we decided to go back and watch, go to screenings and just stand in the back just to watch certain moments, like when Jenny opens, the curtain in the hospital and the guy comes out again. That's a big scare, and people leave their seats.
Could you feel that, you knew when you were making it that it was something special because people had never seen anything like it, and you felt like it was going to work, but you didn't know. You don't know until it comes out. And sometimes movies come out and you don't know for 10 years until an audience really can catch up to it and appreciate it. But you had to kind of feel that there was something special in those audiences, right? The reaction.
The reaction was so strong, you'd think it would, just be absolutely huge.
Yeah.
And I think at the time it was thought of as, falling short of huge. And everything at that time financially was compared to Star Wars.
Right.
So everything falls below Star Wars in that category. But in terms of Rick getting the Academy Award, I remember when he got the Academy Award, which is, was the first time they ever had that category. He mentioned David and R's name in his acceptance speech, which I remember very well because my phone just went crazy. And to be mentioned on global television, have your name mentioned at the Academy Awards was a really big deal. And I was, awestruck by it, and everybody in my life would just call me up. It was a great moment.
Yeah.
Absolutely, guys. Thank you so much.
Thank you. All right. Nice t-shirt. Have you been to it's sadly closed now. Have you been to the Slaughtered Lamb in New York?
I have.
Have you gentlemen paid a visit to the Slaughtered Lamb in New York?
I did. Yeah, I couldn't get a table. I literally did. When I walked in, it was packed, and I was trying to get someone's attention, and they were, let's get out of here. It's gonna happen.
Sad it's no longer.
I know, but it's not there anymore.
I lost to COVID.
Yeah. Bummer. All right.
Hi, I'm Alyssa. Just wanted to thank you all for coming out. American Werewolf is one of my all-time favorite movies, not just horror movies. But I was wondering, looking back, maybe what your favorite scene in the movie is, or if there is a favorite joke, or I guess your favorite part of working on the movie.
I enjoyed the opening sequence when we're out on the moors. We're just sort of walking along, and then as it gets dark, things start to get a little weird. We go to the pub again, fun. From our standpoint, we didn't really mingle, and interact with the actors, probably because that's just the way it was set up. These were all actors that John had seen or cast from going to shows in the West End. or because he didn't really know a lot of these people. And I think one of the best written scenes is in the theater when I'm meeting all the victims, and Griffin and I are in there talking about how to kill myself, and that's, I just think, one of the best written scenes. So overall, I would probably say that. And as far as the overall, my impression of it was, I had been to drama school in London. I had studied acting there for about 5 years prior to us being on location. So it was going back and going, wow, back in the city, and wow, we've got per diem. And we can go out to dinner, and we can actually enjoy this fabulous city, which is still quite an amazing place. And just the whole aspect of the experience of being there, shooting this was, pretty unforgettable.
Yeah, same with me. It was an incredible time to be, a young actor, and when he says per diem, I don't think they do it quite like that anymore. They just give you an envelope that's thick with cash, and which I would save and put in the shoebox and just watch it at the end of, I'd come home from the set and I'd take out my shoebox, dump it on the bed, and just go, look how much money I made. But it was really exciting.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi.
I'm Jake Quick, and my question is, you both being actors, what did American Werewolf do for your career specifically? Mr. Dunn going on to work with Martin Scorsese and After Hours, and David Dunn doing Dr. Pepper commercials. What did it do for your career specifically, and do you have any advice for someone who wants to get into degree and get into
I had started. I started wanting to be an actor, and was, before Werewolf, and for years not really getting work. But I was able to option some material and produce a movie that I was able to put myself in a small part in. So when I finished Werewolf, I still had a production company, and it probably wasn't the smartest thing to kind of go if there was any heat on me, which I wasn't that aware of after Werewolf. I went back to producing, and one of the things that I produced was a script that my partner and I came across, which was After Hours. And then Scorsese had seen the movie Werewolf, which he never mentioned, and he said he wanted to do the movie, and I was waiting for him to say he wanted to do it with Robert De Niro. And I said, I'm playing Paul, right? Yeah, of course, I saw you in Werewolf, you're perfect. So, thank God I did Werewolf.
That was also a really good Martin Scorsese impression.
Never leaves you.
Yeah, I would just say that from that moment on, every makeup artist I ever met would be so sort of awestruck in the fact that I had worked with Rick Baker, and I said, yeah, I've had it all done, so I'd sit in a makeup chair depending on what it was, and I wasn't particularly looking for any more horror type films. There's things would come down along the way and say, yeah, this guy goes through a kind of a transformation similar to what you went through, and that's all I needed to hear to go, well, thank you very much, but no thank you. So many times I would meet makeup artists who were either inspired by Rick or had trained with him. He had quite a huge impression, and influence on the whole business. And then every now and then, I would run in or meet someone who was, inspired by the film. I remember Charles Durning. You folks probably remember the great. I thought he was always great. He started out as a dancer. I don't know if people remember that about Charles Durning, but he was just very complimentary about that, about just our performances, the relationships we had. He asked the same question that fans asked us, going, do you still stay in touch with? No, I haven't seen Jenny in about 10 years, and one of the things that I remember about the movie is like, what are those sort of indelible moments? One of which was for us, was we were going to promote the DVD release in New York, and it happened to be on September 11th, 2001. So what happened, I flew from LA to New York on the 10th, and with John Landis, and we were going to see Griffin, who was living in New York, and we were going to all meet. We checked into Midtown hotels on the 10th, and the 11th, Tuesday, was going to be this big screening and big DVD release party that Universal was promoting, and lo and behold, the world was changed. And we spent the rest of the week in New York just trying to find out when's the next airline going to be flying back to LA. I mean, it was a 5-day hold. And being in New York, as many of you I'm sure have been to Manhattan, but can you imagine being in New York when it's quiet? I mean, silent. I'll never forget that. Walking around and starting to see people putting up signs of people that they were missing, and all the things, and all the pets that were missing, and all the cars that were found, and just on and on for the next 5 or 6 days. And then finally, I flew out later that week back to LA. But that was something that I tied to that film. I still have the invitations for that screening that say, tonight, Tuesday, September 11th, 2001, come see.
Well, I lived downtown, and I spent that day just with other parents getting our kids, walking them across the Brooklyn Bridge, and the phones didn't work because, the satellites and everything was all off, and every now and then a call would get through, and there were so many people I knew were worried, and finally my phone rang, and I got a call, and I answered it, and it said, oh, hi, Mr. Dunn, it's John Bovert from the publicity department in Universal. We've decided to cancel the screening. What, do you think I was going to go to the screening? That was the one call that went through.
Yeah, great space. Since you brought up, your question was kind of on the future careers, and you brought up producing, you went into directing as well, and there's a film that is very near and dear to my heart growing up in the 90s that you directed, and that's, I would consider it kind of horror genre adjacent, that's Practical Magic. Yeah. I always love bringing that up because you get a few asks of like, wait, you directed Practical Magic? And it was a true joy and delight to explain to you backstage what cottagecore was. All the women in the audience are laughing right now. So cottagecore essentially this movie has become a really big kind of pop cultural thing, and created this kind of love and nostalgia for the costume design and the aesthetics and the production design, and alongside movies like Hocus Pocus and The Craft. It's inspired this kind of whole wave of, especially in a female audience that grew up really inspired by this movie. And so much so that now they're making a sequel, Practical Magic 2, and Sandy and Nicole are back. So what is your kind of memory of that movie, and knowing that now it's kind of stuck around in this cultural way, and kind of coming back for the second one?
Yeah, I mean, it's just, I just watched it, build, and, from my daughter's friends, and then it turns out they're mothers, and people just freak out when they find out I directed it, and it was, when it came out, it also wasn't really appreciated the way it is now. I remember, I remember that most of the critics were male, and for a movie that starred 2 women,
the biggest, and plus Stevie Nicks,
well, yes, but it was also very unusual for just 2 women to be above the title, and obviously it was female driven. And the male critics would go, there are just too many women in this movie. There was the weirdest sexism about it, and but it has really grown in appreciation for what you're saying, and also for the soundtrack.
Yeah,
and and Stevie Nicks was the perfect person to do the end credits. So naturally there would be a sequel. I understand, you know, that they would obviously have a woman director to do this as well. You know, it was adapted by male screenwriters. So a woman is doing it. I fell out with the producer of the movie, so I've been cut out completely of the project. So I'm going to be watching it from afar. I have nothing to do with it.
Well, we'll always have that first one, and it's so great to see what a special place. I mean, anytime I see a girl in like Doc Martens and a long flowery skirt and a chunky sweater, I'm like, she loves practical magic. And I love that movie so much, and so I just wanted to bring it up because I know it's got a ton of fans and great kind of what I would call like gateway horror. You know what I mean? It really, like I said, alongside Hocus Pocus and movies like The Craft, I think it was really important for the time. So. Thank you so much. Yeah. Hi.
Hello. You actually asked my question. I was going to ask it like American Werewolf or let's say the whole and after hours. But my other question was during the climax of the movie in London, where we're at, when like there's like car crash in London. Were either of you guys present on set on London when that attack happened? What happened? When the whole werewolf attack happened in London in the climax, were either of you guys present on set?
In the course of the film? Yeah, I took an interest in seeing certain, you know, activities. One was the big accident, the big car accident that's in Piccadilly Circus. Part of the story behind it was that they didn't have permission. We didn't have permission to shoot it because they wouldn't close Piccadilly Circus. You know, it's 5 major avenues all converging. So they go, no, we can't close it for whatever film you're doing. You know, so John goes, well, we'll just have to steal this scene. So how you steal it is you get, you know, stunt guys, drivers, and multiple cameras mounted all around the top of Piccadilly Circus at 5 in the morning. And as the sun comes up at dawn, or as that particular scene was dusk, boom, you say action. And all of a sudden, these cars just came in, crashed. Then you hear, cut, that's a wrap. And then all the cars disappeared. It's like, did we just see, what did we just see? And then, you know, they go back, and there was a second unit where they actually built sets where they could do all the insert shots of cars hitting. John Mendes falls through a picture window in one particular, you know, he had to be a stuntman in his own movie. But all these other little inserts. So that's just one example of what was going on, you know, when I wasn't involved. Another time, when the old guys, the homeless bum guys are down by the Thames, and they go, what's that? That's not Winston. That whole scene was not in. So I went to Paris to just go up, and I'd never been to Paris before, so I had a few days off, went to Paris. And I remember walking down the street, the guy comes up and goes, are you American? I go, yes. He goes, you want to be in a movie? No. He said, come on. You know, we're doing this movie here. You could just be an extra. You know, and I went, no, I really couldn't do that right now. Well, why? Well, because I'm in a movie right now. And I'm over here on a break. So I'm going, gosh, you know, anywhere you go in Europe, you can be in movies. That was not the case. The other thing that was kind of weird too is being in the park. We're in Regent's Park, and this is the scene where I was streaking across, and I grab the lady's coat, and I run through, and I'm going, you know, why are there extras in this scene? And they go, well, those aren't extras. The zoo's open. Well, how fun is that? What happens, you know, on shoots is you're only allowed a certain number of hours to shoot before they say, you know, you gotta go, you gotta be done. And we were running late, so we had run past our allotted time, although we still needed to get this shot. So there's that big panorama shot of me running, and there are all these people, zoo-goers in the background, who had no idea they were in American Werewolf. So that was another embarrassing moment. And it was embarrassing. I mean, you know, people say, well, what's it like being naked in a movie? I go, try it. Why don't you give it a shot? Because there's nothing quite like it. And particularly in England, they're very polite. People are very, you know, they go, okay. So then I'd have these big blankets and big, you know, coats. standing by, ready to shoot. And what would happen on action, off comes the code, and I'd start to jog or run, depending on what was required in the scene. There's that moment in the zoo where there's a lady just supposedly walking down, the sidewalk, and I pop out from behind the bush. Well, what they had told her was, look, there's a man going to come out from behind here, and he's just going to say something to you, but don't pay any attention to him. She goes, all right. You don't have to say anything. Oh, all right. So on action, she's walking, going, this is an extra who doesn't know what we're doing. And she walks, and I pop out from behind the bush. I'm naked, and I go, oh, excuse me, and quickly exit. Well, the look on her face is pretty priceless, and that's the kind of stuff John Landis loved to see, was to prepare you for something he's going to try and get a real natural reaction to. I don't know if that answers your question.
Yeah, that was great. Yeah.
Thank you.
All right, we got just enough time for a few more. I would love to try and get through these 5, so let's go rapid fire.
All right, well, thank you both for being here. Apologize by Mr. Duo photo op. Broke a toe on the way in. But I'm going to ask both of you, just from a viewer's perspective, which makeup and practical effects was more striking to you, and if it was Jack's makeup, which state of decomposition would it have been?
I think that the very first one was the most alarming. Okay, it took the longest to.
Yeah, I wasn't a big fan of the bed scene, makeup, where I was doing that. It's really a quick scare, but yeah, the glass lenses that I was wearing were not comfortable, and I couldn't see out of them. So, yeah, the rest of it was just a big old nightmare.
I mean, the Nazi werewolves sequence.
Yeah, that was, something too. It was a nightmare for John Landis to write the scenes. What would be a real nightmare? Oh, if they came to my house, they burned it down, and they were not, Nazi demons. And so he had that scene, which confused a lot of people over the course of the years. I mean, well, that's just John Landis's, idea of what would be a real nightmare. And then he delegated the making of those masks to his apprentices, who were Rick Baker did, because he had his hands full doing our makeup. And those guys designed and built, and then Rick would finish off those particular team of masks.
I should say, I meant to ask, what's your favorite makeup effect period in the film? I should have phrased it better, I guess.
My favorite?
Yes.
Well, anytime they said, we're done, thank you, that's a wrap. I was thrilled.
Thank you. Yeah, the Nazi werewolves demons sequence could really just be its own short film. It's incredible. Yeah, it's incredible.
And John just loved to see that set burn. And so it did, and you see the curtains catch fire, and the fire brigade, the British guys were right there, freaking out, going, we can't let this get out of hand. And John's going, no, I'll tell you when to cut. And meanwhile, it's finally they put it out.
Hi, my name is Ben, and again, I want to thank y'all for being here. It's actually a coincidence that I'm with my in-laws from San Antonio. We originally were going to be touring the Dallas Cowboys Stadium, but when we found out this was going on, I had to come here.
Nice. So thanks for being here.
Yeah. So it's glad to meet you all. And I did have a question. So my favorite scene is the beginning, when you're going through the moors, and when you're watching it, it just looks very cold and a very tough situation to film. What was that like for you?
Well, I would just say it's Wales. It's February. It's cold. But of course, shooting, and they wanted it, it's always bad weather. Why is it always bad weather in horror films? But yes, we had rain machines set up so they could control the environment. So Griffin and I are out there with these rain machines that would turn it on, and we'd walk, through the, down the hill. But, those buildings are just outbuildings on a farm that they had found a remote location. That's supposedly the town of East Proctor. That's not a town. There's no town. There's no East Proctor. It's just signs and just basically barn buildings that we'd walk up to on those exterior pub, and then they'd hang the pub sign, slaughtered lamb. Hey, what's that? Well, let's go in. And as soon as we go in, now we're back in London at a real pub. But those are just buildings. They're still standing. Every now and then I see something, on Instagram going, yeah, I took my photo of you guys outside the pub, which is actually just from farm buildings in Wales, but they found them.
The iconic puffy coats were not just costumes, they served a purpose. Yeah. Thanks.
Thank you.
Hi. All right. Our last 3 questions. Take us out.
You did yesterday, so hi again. As someone who's like half my family's British, I'm curious what y'all thought of Brendon or British culture while you were there, and if you've been back to the UK since. What you thought of Brendon or British culture while you were there, and if you've been back since the movie?
Well, I've been back many times, but it was a really interesting time when we were there because it was a very difficult time in British history. There were Princeton was going on. There was racial tension. There was the beginning, early years of punk rock that came out of that. So people were hearing about the Sex Pistols for the first time in the Clash. Margaret Thatcher was, both revered and loathed. There were strikes going on. Real economic, the country was in real economic turmoil. I remember when we were there, there was assassination attempt of Reagan. And so it was a really tumultuous time for the country. But it was also creatively, particularly with the punk movement and the pubs and the places there were after hours places we could go to, and there's also like a lot of energy. It was a really also exciting time, especially for 2 kids who were working in England for the first time.
Yeah, I remember Griffin and I were both in makeup. I had all this hair on my chest and I had a shirt on. So I looked like I was a real hairy guy. And we were walking, do you remember that we had a still photographer with us? So Griffin was in a mask, and I had this hair, and we're walking down the street. We weren't really supposed to be out on the street, but come on, let's just go out and see if we can freak some people out. And I wanted to do one of these, pull a bunch of hair off my chest, just to get the reaction from people. But I had the greatest, it was like an 11 by 17 still of us walking down the street. And just, and I would say, the actors were really happy to be involved. They knew who John Landis was. They didn't really know, they weren't given the scripts for the film, so they didn't really know how this was going to go. But they were all really excited to be there. The crew, on the other hand, I would say, were a little shocked because the very first day of shooting was the porn stuff. John had to cast the actors for the porn sequence that's playing in the porn theater when we're doing all our scenes. So, there's a movie playing and you see this ridiculous film that John wrote. Going, what are you doing here? I don't know. I mean, it's ridiculous dialogue. And so we had to shoot that. Well, that was the first day of shooting and the crew was all going to just quit. But we don't know what this movie's about, but we don't want any part of it. Okay, no, this is just background stuff. So they stuck around for the rest of it.
Well, that's a perfect note to end on. Swing by and say hi, but
let's see, you got so many people here too. Sunday's always such a fun day. It gets a little bit easier to walk around, and it's the last day. It's sad, but it's also very happy because we're the hardcore ones. We're here all weekend and we love it. Now, I don't know, how many of you were at the Alamo screenings the other night? Yeah, that was so much fun, right? Who was in the hot theater? Yeah, that was a little warm in that one. But now we have a well air-conditioned space and time to bring out one of all of our favorite movies. That's why we're all here. Re-Animator. We've got the good doctors. English doctors. Lovely partner. So let's bring them out. Here we go. Jeffrey Jones. First up, Barbara Hampton. since Viper saw one. Wherever you'd like to be. Oh, look, there he goes. We've lost it. All right. Are we right here? Okay. Oh, so confusing. Wow, look at this. Toast. This is so exciting. We did a screening at the Alamo that I just mentioned, which was so much fun to see it on the big screen. But for these guys, show of hands, how many of you saw this in more recent times, like for the first time? Yeah? Okay, how many people saw this when they were way too young as kids?
Where were your mothers? They were with you.
Someone might be here. Wow. I love it. Well, of course this movie means a lot to all of us in this room, and especially you guys. When people come up and say, Re-Animator, I love that movie. What's the first scene that comes to mind, or first moment from the set that comes to mind?
Cat scene.
Don't expect it to tango.
Yeah. That's broken for that.
The first thing that comes to my mind was the first time we asked if we could watch dailies, and being so pleased and surprised at what I was seeing. It was like, I think I saw it funny for the first time, and saw like how beautiful the chemistry was, and how things were just rocking, playing like a locomotive, and it felt like, God damn, maybe we're making something good,
That's true. That's very rare. Stuart was wide open about that. Come see the dailies. And in those days, it wasn't like on a video cassette you put in a machine. You actually went to a theater, and they screened it on a big screen in a little studio, in a real theater, and on a big, the way it was meant to be. That was dailies. Pretty amazing. Nowadays, they don't do that. They just kind of like send it as an attachment. Somebody looks at another pad or a phone or something. That's not very exciting. So, yeah, that was amazing. And I've done a lot of movies in my career, and very few people have said, "Hey, you want to come to dailies?"
Yeah, that's usually.
You learn a lot of dailies, actually. I don't understand why they don't let actors go to dailies as you go. Oh, okay, all right. I got it. I know what to do. Adjust. Okay.
Well, I think on set today, too, they play it back for you. Like right after, if you're unsure about something, the director will say, can you play that back? Because it's digital now. So we play it back and we say, oh, I don't really like that. Let's try another one.
So I have one other unmistakable, impressionable moment of like the first thing that comes to mind. The first thing that I remember happening when we started shooting was being in bed with Barbara the very first day. The first day. And it was like, wow, what about the handshake? What about are we going to have dinner? Okay, it's terrific. Like, how do you forget that?
It was the highlight of my life because I had the biggest crush on you. I did. Yeah. So wonderful and awesome. And this guy came in between us.
It's all downhill from there.
I'm trying to remember what my first scene was. I really don't. Maybe it was when I came to your door.
Yeah. It was just like the way you should be sequentially introduced to us. But like Barbara and I, like, hey, we like are supposed to be like intimate lovers, and like we haven't even held hands, Thank you, Stuart.
I didn't mind.
I minded the 74 guys in the room. I was like, get that hell out of here.
But the scene that I always remember is the scene that when you came back to the house and I said, you should go away. transfer to another school. I wanted to hate you. I wanted so much to hate you. That's the scene I think about because I love that scene between us. But it's not the scene that y'all come to me and say, what about that scene? You know the one I'm talking about.
Yeah.
But that's in your all minds. That one was? Okay.
I remember Stuart saying, like, when we were doing the scene, he's like, God, you guys are really into this. It's like, yeah? Isn't that why we got hired? Like,
Well, we rehearsed for 3 weeks before we started filming because Stuart came from the theater and we all did as well. And he wanted that energy and that intimacy and just for us all to feel really dialed in to our roles and with one another. So we rehearsed actually in my living room because I guess I had the biggest living room or something. And we even blocked the scenes a little bit, like thinking where would the furniture be and whatever. And so we even walked around. And by the time we got on set, we had rehearsed it so much. We felt so embedded in our roles.
we rehearsed some things.
It occurred to me just now that my last scene that I shot in this movie was the first scene.
Bragger.
What we didn't get, we actually finished wrapping, shooting, and we were done, and they didn't have time, because they were behind schedule, to shoot the opening scene with Gruber and the eyeballs exploding. And then their thinking was, well, we can, if we have to let go of something, we'll not have that scene. We just won't have it in the movie. And then they kind of compiled the movie and went, oh, shit, no, wait. Weird, but that's so typical with movies. You shoot the last scene first and the first scene last.
Was that before Christmas, before we left for Christmas?
It was after Christmas.
It was after, because I remember, Stuart would keep us on the set and do the scenes over and over again, and many times on a movie set, you're there for 12 hours, but he would keep us there many hours past that. And it was Christmas time, and we were all like, Christmas Eve is coming, are you going to let us go? So you filmed that after Christmas vacation.
Right, they put the film together, started editing, and I think maybe in February or March, they said, come for a day over to this place that looks like a Switzerland building, and, you can say, I gave him life, right? Which is kind of like a big starter point for the movie. Can you imagine without that? Amazing.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, one thing I love about Frightmare is I know that you guys get loved on all weekend and it's the warmest crowd, but they also have the best questions. So let's just get right to it. We've got a microphone right there. If you guys want to line up, we'll get through as many as we can. I know we got a lot of people that have a lot of great questions. So let's do it. Who's the brave first?
Down a bit. Alrighty. So in Dead and Re-Animator, which I heavily love. Sorry that you're not in it, Barbara. I love you. But in that movie, Bruce and Jeffrey, your relationship is less, work colleagues, and it feels more like bickering old married couple.
Yeah.
Well, the reason for that is it's a completely different writing staff. There were different writers, and I think tonally they were a little more focused on, snarky one-liners. You remember? Big head. These sort of. It was just kind of filled with these sort of, snarky quips, and so the humor was a little more overt, which I sort of thought was not the same tone, and so that's probably what you're keying in on. It's different writers.
Oh, yeah. I was just wondering, was it fun to sort of build that rapport though on set and be like, all right, well, Herbert, you've got to stop being dead people.
Yeah, I mean, how many ways can you say Herbert no? 10 billion.
And how many ways can you say damn?
It's just like, you know, when it starts to get under your skin, right? You start to get a little short. It's like, oh, I want to hurt him so bad. Yeah, I mean, you know, I kind of go like, it's not plausible at all in a way for me to go like, oh, it's okay, Herbert, you killed the love of my life, and we're just gonna keep on trucking here. You know, like it just, I don't know. For me, it was like tolerating as opposed to like being, you know, entranced by.
Actually, it was the guy in the elevator who killed you. How do I know?
See, no accountability.
Well, thank y'all very much.
Thank you. This is what you are.
Hey, so first off, I wanted to say it's really amazing for all of you guys to be here. Everything you guys have participated in has been just fantastic. I've gotten to come up and talk to you specifically, get an autograph and everything, but also the screening was just amazing. My question was just going to be if any of you kept anything from the set of Re-Animator, like any souvenirs, any like props, anything like that.
You gave me your jean jacket because I really liked it.
I forgot.
And then I sold it at a yard sale. Sorry. and we had some of the scrubs for a while, but I'm not sure. I don't have any of those. But I went to lunch recently with Don Mancini from Chucky, and he came to lunch with a scrub. And I'm like, where'd you get that? He goes, I don't know. I've had it forever. Like from when the movie came out, I got it.
Wow.
So it must have been maybe an original one that was used, or we had a bunch of them. And
Well, they gave them out to the crew, I think.
maybe they gave them out to the crew, so it was a crew one. Yeah.
I have a sad story. I kept, after the movie was, Re-Animator was wrapped, I kept Herbert's suit. And because I thought, oh, you know, a black suit, cool. I go to a funeral, I got something, you know. I wasn't thinking legacy, I wasn't thinking anything. So I had this thing. And then what we do? Bride 5 years later?
Yeah,
4 years later, and there was a scene that's not in the movie where it happens right after Meg has been injected. And she comes alive. And they didn't use that scene. They didn't use that scene in the movie at all. Thank God. But I'm supposed to walk in and like, oh, Herbert's alive. And they had, and I said, well, I have no suit. They said, great. And then they slide, because I was in the intestine, they coiled slide up the suit. And I ruined it. Imagine! It wouldn't have fit anymore, but.
Did you keep anything, Bruce?
Like Barbara, I sold my outfit, my doctor's outfit at a yard sale.
You did?
My Dr. Dan.
I have my.
Yeah, I know. Who knew, right? I mean, who knew this was going to happen?
And I wish I'd kept my glasses, but the props took them, I think, and threw them into the pile of glasses that they use. And got those.
What do you wish you would have kept?
My dignity and my
Well, the funny thing is, there were a couple of things that I wore that were, it was a low-budget movie making, so the wardrobe lady asked us if we could bring in some of our own clothes. So there's like a turquoise top that I wear when we're talking about Rufus on the couch. That was mine, and I mean, I think that's, I probably still have that in a box somewhere, because I never throw clothes out. But except for, that thing that I sold here. But my own clothes, like I just don't get rid of them. And then I had this sweater that was like had a V and it was tan and brown. And that was handmade, and I was so proud of that sweater when I brought it in and they said, oh, we really like that sweater, wear that sweater. And that scene, that was for when you came back and I was so sad and, kind of covered up by a big sweater. That I probably still have that too, somewhere, but I'm gonna go look for it when I get home.
I would have kept the axe.
Thank you all so much for the answer and for showing up this weekend.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Oh, I said, God help us if anyone threw away those props. I had no idea. For starters, Barbara, I love your column series in Fangoria. I'm just reminded because you recently shared some of those details, like your crush on Bruce. So that was fun. My main question is you kind of touched upon that. I had no idea Stuart Gordon came from theater. I was wondering, how did you kind of approach the movie's very animated? You all bring a very kind of eccentric, especially Jeffrey.
Go a little closer to the microphone.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah, we can't quite hear you. Yeah, just talk right. See how close I'm talking?
Yes.
Yeah, just talk really close. Yeah.
Understood. Yes. Love your call. I was wondering. I had no idea that Stuart Gordon came from a theater background, and my question is really. The movie's very animated. How did y'all bring that, especially you, Jeffrey? What did Stuart Gordon give you direction-wise to really kind of bring this animated campiness to the film and kind of really help you build upon your chemistry? Really?
That's a good question. Hammy? I don't know about that, but okay. I would say that we all came from the theater, and so I kind of got Stuart's vibe. I think one of the successes of Re-Animator is that Stuart's ability to bring the energy and the quality of what it's like to participate in something in a live performance on film. Because a lot of the time film is very passive. You're kind of by yourself watching it. There's something magical about this movie that Stuart and his alchemy was able to make it a group experience, which is the best. I really don't. I think one of Stuart's real strength is casting, storytelling, yeah, but casting. I mean, he was real good at like picking the right people. I think. I mean, all the way across the board, from the small roles to the big roles, everybody had a quality and something to bring to it. And so it's kind of like picking musicians in a band. He was quite good at that,
Yeah, I mean, it sounds like you're kind of talking about tone a little bit.
Yeah.
Yes.
And I feel like the tone of the movie is funny, but it's also horrific and shocking. I think the best horror movies concentrate on the horror first and add in the comedy later. And I think we kind of did that, and it worked. And yes, I think that Stuart, because he came from the theater, wanted us to be really big and sort of play to the back of the house, and it feels like more of an opera than a movie in a way. It's because it's so big. But he also really wanted those quiet moments, and I think that can ground the film as well, like especially when Dan is going to the dean's office, and my father says, "Oh, I'm kicking you out of school," and he says, "What do you mean?" And his eyes start to fill with tears. I mean, that moment actually, and I know this because we've talked about this before, but that was one of Bruce's audition scenes, and he got the job because he did that scene so well, and he did it so well on film. So we have those bigger moments in the movie, but we also have those more tender moments, so I think it balances it out, somewhat. But I mean, I love horror comedies. We don't see a lot of them because there's not so many good ones, and they don't work. But some of the slashers really work because, like Scream, that's really scary, but it's also really funny. This new one came out, Clown in the Cornfield, by Eli Craig. It was, he made that one. What was that other movie?
Tucker and Dale.
Tucker and Dale. And Tucker and Dale is like scary and freaky, but also really funny. It really works. But to get that balance correct, is so really hard. I don't recommend people to make horror comedies because they're too hard.
First of all, I don't think Stewart approached it as a comedy. If there is something funny in it, it comes out of the situation or character, but it's not good, are we clever? We never pushed it to that. It just happened out of the situation, and a lot of Re-Animator is the zaniness and the sincerity.
Jeffrey, I think the performance really brought that. Thanks for hearing all that from y'all, because I applaud a communal feeling on set, so thank you.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, once again, thank you all for being here for us. When speaking about sincerity, one of the best things about the movie is, of course, David Gale. I'd like to ask if you could each relate a story of your favorite interaction with David Gale, either on set or off.
I was his assistant in many ways, because when he's in that pan, either when I'm awaking him in the lab or other places, he's trapped. He can't go anywhere. I mean, the actor can't go anywhere. He can't, like, okay, we're going to move to a different setup, ladies and gentlemen, and take 10. But David could not. David was like underneath, in a chair, underneath the table, through a hole, and sealed off, and it's pretty helpless. And Barbara could probably attest this too. They forget that you're in a situation where you can't run. I mean, they're going about their work, and you're going, hello, hi, maybe I need to go pee. It was tough for him, but he had a great deal of patience and good humor about it. But it was also kind of a challenge.
We had some difficult scenes to do together. One in particular. He couldn't have been more professional and more sweet and lovely to me, and he made everything seem like it was okay. He almost seemed embarrassed about doing the scene, and that made it better for me. Like I was trying to say to him, it's okay, fine, we can do this together, So I just remember him being really kind and very professional with me. Yeah, I just want to say that.
Once again, a man of the theater.
Yeah.
He had recently come out to LA from having a theater career in New York.
Yeah, he brought such a gravitas to the role, so that was fun.
I almost had no time on screen with David Gale. I just remember watching him in the first scene in the school when you're breaking the pencils and going like, where did they get that guy?
Yeah, his face and
wow,
such a good look, right?
Yeah, one of those people like you're instantly interested in, and his delivery was so kind of unintentionally arch, and so it's just like wow, tremendous. Like once again, Jeffrey talking about casting, like
yeah, he's also he's a plagiarist.
Things die hard.
We miss him because it breaks my heart that he didn't get to experience this longevity of this movie. He was gone too soon, way too soon.
Absolutely. Thank you for your time, Coach.
I just want to say, like everyone else, thank you for being here. Thank you for being so nice to me, and I'm sure everyone else who's been to your tables. But my question is, what are y'all's favorite horror movies to have come out in like the last few years? So like recent horror movies.
Oh, I love The Substance. So sweet anymore. Like, who knew that she would come back and do a horror movie and be applauded for it in the way that she has? So that's my recent favorite. But I love the Texas Chainsaw Massacre. I knew Hunter Hansen, as some of you probably met him on the convention circuit. He was a great guy, really funny and smart. And I also love The Shining. The Shining.
Are you talking about like classic horror movies or
Your
something more contemporary?
Yeah, like most recent, like come out in the last few years type of horror.
I have to admit, I don't watch very many. I just don't. some of them I find to be not structured correctly. There's a lot of let's get to the graphic gore as fast as possible and stay there. And I think it's a lot wiser in storytelling to set up some care about the people that are going to go through what they're going to go through, and then you have a stronger reaction when a lot of shit hits the fan.
Jeff, have you seen Jacob's Wife?
Yeah.
That movie does not. I kind of recommend it.
I recommend Would You Rather.
Yeah.
I watched that. Jeffrey, I watched your movie. Just saying.
Honestly, I'm probably a little old school. I'm really fascinated with older films like noir. I love noir. And for a lot of reasons why I love horror, because they're doing a lot with very little in noir. And it's mostly about, making do with less in very effective ways. And so I study them for that. They do things and make an impact when they don't have a budget. And I really appreciate that type of thing.
The most recent horror film I saw, I think, was The Hills Have Eyes 2.
That was a while ago.
And I felt like somebody had stomped on my head for 2 hours. I just felt totally bludgeoned. And I barely survived. I didn't get exposed to horror as a kid a lot, so I didn't get kind of used to horror, and I was traumatized by The Exorcist. I tell a lot of people I sign autographs for, I left the theater when she got me encephalogram because I was gonna pass out. I had to go sit in the lobby and put my head between my knees. I've always been a pretty sensitive person, but I was gonna pass out for sure. And then I was afraid to get in my car, literally at the end of the movie. If it could happen to this little girl, it could happen to me in the car, for sure. Why not? Nobody else is even there to object. So demonic possession got me bad. Not because I'm overly religious, but it just seemed like the worst nightmare ever. I'll take a guy with a hatchet that's crazy any day of the week, but to be possessed, ugh, that's so scary.
Thank you so much.
Okay.
This is a really tall microphone.
You can lower the top. See, lower the top just go like this. Watch. Go like this.
the thing.
Oh, I see. I'm an actor. I know about that. So, first of all, I would like to say you all look great this afternoon. I just rewatched Re-Animator in theaters. Looks like it was filmed yesterday. So, you all look great. And my thing is, so Re-Animator is a bit of a reverse slasher. It's people coming back to life. So I wanted to ask, if you were all in a slasher movie, what would your character archetypes be and why?
I would be the slasher. Why can't I be the fucking slasher? There's actually a friend of mine that wrote a script for me, and he's trying to get it made, and it would be the origin story of a slasher, and I would play that part. So he's trying to get the money for it. His name is Joe Russo. There's two Joe Russos, but it's a different Joe Russo. He wrote the movie The Inheritance that's been on somewhere, maybe it was on Netflix or something. Anyway, he wants to direct it, so I just want to manifest somebody giving him the money for it. Yeah, so I can play the slasher.
I'd be the dude that got away. I'm fast. This shit's nuts. I'm out.
I want to play the villain in anything. I don't know if that's a slasher, but just your friggin' nightmare. I would love that, because I've tried to save the world a couple of times. Been highly unsuccessful. So.
But why do people love the villains? Like, you love King Hodder, and you love, David Howard Thornton. Everybody loves the baddies. What is it?
Because they're interesting, and they usually have the best outfits. I mean, look at what I'm wearing. Yeah. So thank you for answering that really dumb question.
That's a good question. Hi. There you go.
Hello. Kind of talked about it a little bit, but I think it's still worth asking. And I love that I wanted to ask about the comedy of the movie, and I love that you said that you wanted to focus on the horror first and let the comedy come, because I think that's so true. That is the best kind of comedy in a horror, when it's not a horror comedy, it just happens to also be funny. Mm-hmm. But one of the things that I found so appealing of the movies was the comedy in it, and I wanted to ask about your guys' comedy backgrounds or comedic influences, because the comedic timing in the movie is incredible. It's so good.
Well, the comedic timing is good because the writing was pretty good. And we can kind of sense that as actors. We go, okay, I know what to do with that. That's good. I don't have to make that work. It's just do it. Comedy for me, when I did theater, a lot of my stuff was comedy. I was kind of known for comedy on stage. So it was sort of a natural thought. I will say this. When I came to Hollywood and it's like, it's a sitcom and go in on it, just be funny. I have a real hard time being funny when the script is shit. Can't do that. Some people can.
I've tried so many times to be funny, and it's always poison. I did a pilot of the frigging year with Bill Maher a long time ago, and the script was shit. God, he tried to make it funny, and it just made it worse. It just was like, oh God, it was just abominable. You gotta have a script for sure. And I gotta say, the reason I think comedy works in this movie so well is it wasn't intentional. It wasn't like we're trying to be funny. That's a kiss of death in film. So, it can't arise from the character, from the situation, and the plot, as opposed to I make this funny face and everybody's gonna love it. That's a whole different deal. It's suicide to try and act funny.
You had some funny lines in the film, and you were the funniest. I don't think I was really funny at all, but some of this, but that wasn't my character. But the situation, there were some situations that were funny. The head, the guy carrying around the head. I that was funny, and the cat, in the room, who wasn't really in the room, because those guys just, hit the lights and made it seem like the cat was flying around the room. That was funny, and then the head, with me was like, what? Okay, that's funny because you're like, what? So there's all of that. But like Jeff said earlier, we didn't try to be funny, or these guys, I don't think Jeff was trying to be funny.
No.
It just came out of the situation that we were in.
Well, and Herbert is just an outrageously pompous, self-assured guy, and it's just going to take care of itself. I don't have to do anything. I remember, and I know you do, us eating lunch in the castle while we were shooting Castle Freak.
Yeah.
Woo! And we were talking about, we mentioned something about the comedy and the humor in Re-Animator, and Stuart was sitting across from us, and he interjected, Re-Animator's not funny. And he meant it, didn't he?
Yeah. Oh, yeah. I don't think he
and I think for Stuart, he was surprised that Re-Animator wasn't so funny. He was. And the evidence of that is that comment, because he was he wanted to make a serious movie, right? Serious horror movie. And I think it's a blessing that there's humor.
Yeah, I think he wanted to make a movie that was shocking.
Yes.
And then he also made a movie that was funny, and he didn't expect it. But that's to your brilliant characterization, I think, that helped to make it, that tone as good as it was. I think that's to your credit a lot.
Well, thanks. The other evidence of that is his next movie, well, almost next movie, From Beyond, because he shot the dogs first. Way less humor.
Yeah.
Because Stewart planned it that way.
He wanted less humor. Because of Re-Animator, when he thought in his mind, and then by the time we did Castle Freak, it was like, this isn't funny at all.
No funny now.
Right? So.
Very little yucks from him.
Yeah, absolutely. Thank you so much.
Yeah, thank you. I think I'm funnier now. I think I'm funnier now in my life than I was. I think I was afraid to be funny back then, maybe.
You're very funny, so thank you very much.
Thank
you.
Okay, I'm getting the signal that we got to wrap up. Is there anything you want to plug real quick before we get out of here? I know you've got a couple things coming up.
I'm going to shoot a little series. The business is in such a weird state that these people got money together and they're going to shoot the whole series and then try to sell it. So I have a part in them. And I'm also may direct something. I've never done that. I produce it. I'm going to do it. I'm going to direct something.
Do it.
I know. He was telling me, you better do it, Barbara.
Yeah. Well, I've had a couple movies come out recently. Scream.
Woo!
Onyx the Fortuitous. I am voicing a role in a big video game, which I cannot mention. So,
all right.
NDA sort of thing. So that's forthcoming. So there you go.
No, I don't have a darn thing coming out.
Yeah, but you're very busy doing architecture.
Yeah.
Right? Tell us about that.
Yeah, but I'm busy, I'm happy, I'll always be an actor. I just won't audition and you gotta pay me.
Hey, we're so happy to have you with us today. This has been a fantastic panel. Real quick, because we got to get everybody out of here. Let's take a selfie with the entire crowd. Turn around.
You're all backstage. Don't embarrass me. Welcome to a panel that all of you, myself included, have been looking forward to all weekend. Sunday Scaries obviously take on a new meaning in Texas Frightmare Weekend. But as the show starts to wrap up and it becomes sad, don't be too sad yet, because we saved some of the best for last in a panel we are calling Necronomicon. We have comprised one of the most comprehensive Evil Dead franchise reunions here, certainly in Texas Frightmare Weekend history. So, start the applause and keep it going, because we got a lot of people to bring out. First off, we're going to go in order of release. Texas Frightmare Weekend, give a big welcome from the Evil Dead, the OG, the original, Betsy Baker. And also serving as our representation of Evil Dead 2, Dead by Dawn, and Army of Darkness, Texas Frightmare Weekend, hail to the Kingman, Bruce Campbell! very much. Bruce, take us, and I want to kind of take us through film by film and give everybody a chance to give us their perspective of this franchise that we all know and love. But Bruce, take us all the way back to the beginning. I mean, you and Stan were 22, 23. It was not even a gleam in your eye of the
Stan was 20, I was 21.
Yeah, okay, thank you for correcting.
He went years off because it took 4 years to make the movie. So
Yeah.
everyone goes, Evil Dead 1983. No, it was 1979.
Yeah.
When we shot the film.
Yeah.
It took a while to finish the first one.
But, you know, the idea of a franchise doesn't even exist. You're just kids making a monster movie in the woods.
Yes.
Take us back to just what that was like.
We didn't finish it. We raised money from investors in Detroit, dentists and lawyers, and we were supposed to get to $90,000, which allowed us to take the money out of escrow at a bank. We got to $85,000, we couldn't get another penny, and we said, we asked the investors, can we film anyway, even though it's way short of what we need? They went, sure, okay. So we went down to Tennessee in November of 1979 and wrecked several vehicles, camera equipment, destroyed the morale of our crew that got down to 8 people. Came back, we're supposed to shoot for 6 weeks, we shot for 12 weeks. The movie was completely uncompleted when we came back, and my parents got divorced. So thanks for that question. So it was a rough beginning.
Hopefully the memories of the movie were good, at least, yeah.
No, making the movie. No Evil Dead movie was fun to make. Sorry, folks.
All right.
I have a theory. A movie that's easy to make is hard to watch. If you got time to sit around on set going, oh yeah, and then I did this show and that show, your movie's gonna suck because you're not working hard enough. Right? All you Evil Dead cast members here, none of us talked to us by the end of the shoot. Such a miserable existence for each one of you individually. None of these people have sympathy for any of your problems. They've been on the film set. They've been on the Evil Dead film set. Ray, you know what I'm talking about. Ray and I would look at each other each season of the 3 seasons of Ash vs. Evil Dead that you illegally pirated. We would look at each other and just start laughing for no reason whatsoever because we knew we were trapped in an endless hell of Evil Dead. But then one day the sun came out and they canceled it. No, they canceled it, see, because Starz gave you 30 days free trial. And I know all of your guilty faces. 30 days? Those guys are idiots. I can watch the entire series cancel. People wonder why that series was canceled.
I'm just glad you're over
I
it.
just clarified why.
Just glad that you clearly worked through all the issues.
Oh no, I'm not done yet.
Welcome to Bruce
These people
Campbell's
are pissing me off, man.
If this is just a big group therapy session for you, that's okay too.
No, it's not going to solve anything.
All right, well, you're still talking about your parents' divorce. We're here for you.
No, it was awesome. Let me just explain this. Filmmakers out there, how can I make a movie? You have to be brutal even to your own parents. My parents get divorced, like I mentioned. My dad's sitting on the back deck, 1,000-yard stare. His life is over. My mom's gone. We don't know where she went. Evil Dead gets to the point where it's 16 millimeter, but it has to be 35 millimeter in order to show in theaters. All the money that's been spent so far will be worthless if we don't get it to the millimeter that you need for motion pictures, which is 35. We needed $35,000 to blow the movie up in this lab process. So I saw my dad sitting on the back deck. I said, Dad, we have property in the middle part of Michigan. We have 180 acres in Gladwin, Michigan. What are you doing with that property? He goes, what do you care? I go, could we go to a bank and get a loan so we can blow the movie up to 35 and use that property as collateral? He goes, I don't give a good goddamn. I don't give a good goddamn. So we went to the bank in Midland, Michigan, the Michigan Bank, and tried to explain to a banker what a blow-up was. And he stopped us halfway through. He goes, guys, you can blow up whatever you want. You don't pay back $444 a month until this loan is paid up. We take your property. Do you understand that? We're like, sure. We paid the money back. My dad made 25 times his money.
Yeah.
What it takes as a filmmaker. There can be no holds barred whatsoever. If I see a filmmaker, I'm like, what are you doing here? Right, kid?
Yeah. So Betsy, Hal, and Teresa, somehow Sam and Bruce, pull you into the circus and convince you to go off and make this crazy monster movie in the woods. And those early kind of Sam Raimi, Tom Sullivan makeup effects, and a little up-and-coming uncredited makeup artist by the name of Bruce Campbell, also working on the film. What was it like to kind of get pulled into this, in the early days of Evil Dead before it was what it was?
Well, first of all, I'm Betsy Baker, and I want to thank Texas Frightmare and each one of you for having us here this weekend.
Wow.
So Bruce will remember this. Bruce and Rob and Sam went to, I was with a modeling agency. Oh, it's hard to believe. But we wanted to know if we could find any actresses for our upcoming, are you ready? Thriller.
Thriller, all right.
We don't have the script completed, but we'd like to meet some actresses. And to do that, could we please could you set up and have us meet a few actresses at this restaurant that we like to go to? Well, nobody meets at a restaurant. You meet at an office and you do it properly. But off I go. And I tell the person I'm with, if I'm not outside.
I think you brought your boyfriend with you.
Thanks, Bruce. Anyway.
What, is he dead now? What's the problem?
We actually have him here today.
So I said, if I'm not out in 30 minutes, come in and get me, because I was away with Jimmy Hoffa, and I didn't want to do that. So I went inside, and here were these three guys, barely 19 and 20 and 21, and they were in the back corner of this restaurant, drinking Pepsi-Cola, and I said, anything's safe. So, do you remember that, Brucey?
Yeah, I don't remember the Pepsi bullshit, but
I'm doing good.
Sure.
That's true. That's true. And then Sam said, well, we'd like to have you read a few lines. Could you maybe come and meet with Bruce at my house on Saturday morning? And I said, yeah, sure. Well, it wasn't Sam's house. He was living with his parents. So I went to the back door, the screened-in door, and I said, hi, I'm here to meet Sam Raimi. Oh, yeah, that's my son, Sammy. And I went downstairs, read a few lines, and if I remember correctly, Bruce said, oh man, this actress is unbelievably amazing.
I remember it sort of close like that. I said something more like, yeah, she was something.
You didn't have the words for it, right?
I did not have the words. You're so right. Betsy did enjoy the early makeup process because we used plaster of Paris to put on her face to get the first mold. Anyone who knows plaster of Paris knows that it heats up when it sets. So we basically gave Betsy on her first trial 2nd-degree burns and ripped out all of her eyelashes. Thank you for your service.
I hear you.
But they've grown back lovely, I must say.
Some would say better than before.
And Teresa and Hal, what about you and your experience getting pulled into this crazy circus?
Well, what she said. I mean, I did go to Sam Raimi's basement.
It's like a rumpus room.
It sounds weird, but he was like, you know, a boy. So I wasn't worried that, you know, anything was going to happen. And then when I got down there, it was like he had to sit on card table chairs, and he just basically said, "I want you to scream." And I said, "Don't I have any lines?" And so I screamed, and he said, "That's really good. Now can you scream and move forward at the same time?" And I said, "I think so." And I did, and he said, "That was really great."
That was really great, Teresa.
You know, Sam's not here to defend himself.
Oh, don't I know that?
And pretty soon I had a contract with a script that was 14 pages. And I thought it was going to be, you know, just the monsters in the woods, and, you know, nothing big was going to happen. Just you got to, the monsters come and they come alive, and that's it. But, you know, we didn't know all the nuances that we
And Rich, you weren't sure either, so you brought your boyfriend with you too.
Well, a lot of people don't know this, but Betsy used to say that her on-screen kiss with Bruce was the first he ever did. And I said, no, he and I had the first one, but it ended up on the cutting room floor. I'm not ashamed of that.
Sort of ashamed now.
So then you, it's come back. You go from a budget of $350K to $3 million for Evil Dead 2: Dead by Dawn. Then you go and make Army of Darkness and take a complete left turn, or Army of Darkness as it's known in Japan as Captain Supermarket. Slightly under a title than the Medieval Dead, but that has an $11 million budget. And then fast forward 23 years later, and you come back for the aforementioned Ash vs. Evil Dead. Dana and Ray, what was it like then for you? You know, coming in when Evil Dead was what it was, and it has this following over all these decades, and it's this legacy franchise.
Well, that was definitely very exciting, and because we were fans of it. But what was, I think, probably the strangest thing was Sam Raimi invited me to his basement.
Leading to the Me Too movement.
But then what was weird is he goes, "All right, Dana, I need you to scream," and I was like, "Ah!" And he was like, "Well, okay. Well, thank you very much, Dana." And I thought I didn't get the part, but then I was scream testing with Bruce Campbell, and they're like, "Okay, can you scream?" And I still couldn't scream, and so they hired Samara Weaving to come scream for a few episodes, and we saw that. But, you know, it was, I think I've told a lot of you this, and Ray and I, when it was announced that we were going to be cast in this, we met, you know, we got each other's number and met, and that was a fun day I was thinking about. That was about 10 years ago exactly, in February, and I mean, we were excited, we were, you know, bushy-eyed and couldn't believe it, and oh my God, Sam Raimi, Bruce Campbell. And I was very afraid that you guys weren't gonna like sidekicks, because I had made the mistake of reading comments early on. We were like, you know, it was about a lone wolf, you know, basically, and so here we are. And Ray was like, "I think it's gonna be great." We were all excited, and we leave the place we met in LA, and a person walks by, and I swear to God, in a cloak, and throws trash coffee on Ray and I, and all over, was it your car or my car? It was your car. You know, all over his silver car. But and they just kept walking, and I go, do you think that was Sam Raimi blessing us? And I knew he was. And then we got to work with Bruce Campbell, who was the greatest. He really is the greatest.
By the way, that which I threw at you was not
Cola.
according to those in the know.
And Red, what about you?
Well, I didn't go to a basement to work at. And I say this really humbly because I audition all the time, and I don't always have the confidence, but I knew this shit was mine. As I stand here with these douchey sunglasses on, shaking, and my bones hurt because I'm tired and hungover. Very similar to being on set. But I'm saying all of this because people have asked for advice this weekend on, acting and blah blah blah. It was a quiet confidence that I had. It was just I knew that I could bring Pablo to life. And I just kind of walked in there and showed them what I could do. And I also say this confidently because Sam came in to my final audition, and he hyped me up. And there was this other guy that I see all the time at auditions, and we constantly go up against each other. And he came into my room, hyped me up. Then he went to the other room, and I didn't know what he said to the other guy. But when I got the job and I saw Sam, I said, "What did you say to the other guy? You hyped me up so well." And he was like, "Oh, I didn't go into that guy's room." So that for me was oh, he trusts me. And so I had to learn to trust myself, not to doubt myself, because if I let that take over, then it was a wrap from then on. So that was kind of my experience. And I say that so humbly and just coming from a good place.
To come into the series, starting in your 20s with this franchise and being with it every step of the way, the ups and downs, never really getting to play Ash in an older age and playing it in a long-form, episodic way. When Evil Dead is what it is now, what was that experience like for you? You had a lot of fun on the series, it seems.
I had fun on the series, you say?
It's probably a mistake of me to say.
What are you speaking of?
After Evil Dead.
Oh, yeah. Oh, we had a ball.
We had a great time.
I personally did it because I felt a little bit like George Lucas. He needed to go back and fix some shit. Now he's rich, and he can go back and fix some shit. Which I did not, and to this day I do not approve of, George. You fight with the army you got. Evil Dead, you see the green garden hose spewing the shit. Guess what, George? That's the money we had then. That's it. The opportunity to round out the one-dimensional character of Ash was very appealing to me. Let's go to his home. Let's see where he lives. Let's meet his asshole father, where we realize that's where he gets all of his bad behavior. It's from Lee Majors.
Yeah.
About armatures, why don't you not talk to that guy about it? The scene shooting a scene with Lee Majors talking about my mechanical hand, and he says it probably looks like some shit made in China. And just you go, this is why I'm doing this, to be able to hook up with strange characters like that. And so that part was fun. That very small part. But it isn't about fun. It isn't about, it's about satisfaction. None of these movies were fun, but they were all very satisfying to do creatively. Working with Sam is a nightmare, but nobody can touch that guy as a director. Nobody. Technically, his spirit, his enthusiasm, his wicked sense of humor, and his stamina were unmatched. He's a horrible old man now, and that's all right.
Sam's not here to defend himself.
He couldn't. He's an old man now. He can't but look, so that's really to me the pleasure.
No,
the joy of it is getting the satisfaction. And look, come on, you put all my bratty kids through college. I appreciate that. You paid for all of my ex-wives. It's really, I do appreciate that. And with all sincerity, and you continue to do that. So, thank you. And then we,
yes,
we torment the next generation.
Here we go. Yeah, perfect segue there.
I'll tee it up with this. Whenever I meet other actors who've been in the Evil Dead movies, they're not really grateful when they see you, when they meet me. They're like, fucker, you dragged me into this somehow. Like, I met the guy who played Ash in the Broadway show of Evil Dead the Musical. And I met him backstage. He's like, yeah, hey, how are you? He's being a total dick to me. I'm like, hey, good job on the show. He goes, yeah, you only played him a couple of times. I do it 8 days a week. You son of a bitch. That's okay.
And that was teeing up Alicia? So
Look, you had to go through a stunning amount of makeup and torture and rigs and devices and probably one of the best bad guys in Evil Dead. Moms go bad. That's really what the whole thing was, and you owned it. And that's the thing. That's the real trick. It's why you stood out. Is that you didn't go, "Wow, I'm intimidated by the surroundings, the Evil Dead, the history." You went, "No, I'm the new baddie in town," and you owned it. And it was just bad. So
yeah, I would say not only in that history, but in like horror history. Yeah, I mean, absolutely fucking go for it. In an award-worthy performance, you help really bring Evil Dead in for a new generation. The film honors the mythology and chronology. It's a part of it, but it's really its own thing and stands on its own. So just incredible performance. But where do you pull that from? I've heard Jim Carrey's The Mask was an inspiration for you. I'm sure you pulled some from this gentleman right here, but yeah, where does that come from?
I think a lot of women could relate to me, but I just thought of all the dudes that pissed me off.
Feels a little pointed.
Not Bruce. I hadn't met Bruce at that point, so that was impossible. Yeah, thank you for your kind words.
Oh, I would be embarrassed to sit up here and not say it because it was just one of those performances. It's just incredible, and and Bruce to step kind of from in front of the camera behind the scenes as an executive producer, you and Sam being involved just to make sure that Lee Cronin and everyone were kind of honoring something while making their own thing. What was that like?
Well, our job is to support them, and New Zealand has incredible crews. Rob Tappert, the producer's we've been sort of creating an amazing group of crew members in Auckland since Hercules and Xena.
Yeah.
For 20 years on 4 different TV shows, so it's an incredible crew base that they've amassed there, and that's what's important to us. Is having support, having a crew that knows exactly what they're doing and having enough money to do exactly what you want, which we never, ever had.
Yeah.
So when one of these directors would complain, we were kind of like, oh, what's your problem? Oh, okay, yeah. They were fully funded, they never stopped filming.
Yeah.
Except for COVID. So you guys had the amazing blessing of COVID right in the middle.
We were 8 days from wrapping.
Oh.
Yeah, and we had all been there for 4 months, I think, in New Zealand. We were 8 days from the end, and I was on my countdown because I've got a dog in LA, and you want to get back. And there was one community case of COVID in New Zealand that came out, so the whole country went into a very strict lockdown, an indefinite one, and it ended up being 2 months. And we shot chronologically, so we did not have an end to the film. There was nothing. And then we all had to go back on set with COVID protocols. And I, at the end of the film, I'm sure you all know, I had Danny and Bridget right next to me, and we morphed into this creature, and now all of a sudden we couldn't be on set together, and we had to be socially distanced. So it was a real challenge for Lee. I think what he was able to do, given the circumstances and the challenges, was really incredible. And I think the end product speaks for itself.
Lee Cronin did a great job. Yeah, he did. He really.
It was amazing.
And he's on to his next thing. He's doing
The Mummy.
Yeah, The Mummy. Yeah. So go Lee. Yeah.
And we open for, at some point, whether it's him or someone else, more kind of Evil Dead.
Oh, there's more coming.
Yeah, it seems like it really opened the book, pun intended, to more.
The idea was to not wait every 10 years.
Yeah.
Maybe every couple of years.
Yeah, and I'll ask you this before someone else does, and we'll take it out to these guys. So if you'd like to ask a question, go ahead and line up. But you said that you had really retired the character after Ash vs. Evil Dead, and obviously that kind of ended, unceremoniously when the series was canceled. But you also said that you were open to more if Sam was there to do it. Is that still how you feel?
Just don't be holding your breath. It's
It's
all good. All the boxes are checked.
Yeah.
There's no boxes that need to be checked.
Yeah.
Going back to do the series was our version of saying thanks to fans because, the last they saw was Army of Darkness. That was a long wait.
Yeah.
And so it was a chance to kind of wrap it up, even though, we knew the show was going to be canceled.
Yeah.
We were doing the last season. We knew the numbers sucked because of the piracy. So we thought we better put some kind of ending. So we had Ash ride off with a hot robot into the future. We thought, okay, he's out there in the interweb somewhere.
There's a box that you have not checked.
What's that, sir?
Where you get all of the universes in one, where you get all the different characters from all the movies in one.
Evil Dead benefits.
The Avengers
all the numbers of all the lores of all the actors and all of the studios who made all the different movies. It'll never, ever happen.
Well, there's AI.
That sounded like a threat.
Okay, now it can happen.
Yeah. Well, that is what's great, is that the newest film got to stand on its own and really serve its own story. But Lee was very vocal in saying this is one of 3 books, and this is in the same universe. And so I think we just all love as fans that it can still exist, but it can exist in all these different ways and take on all these different forms.
That darn book gets around.
It does, yeah, it does indeed, yeah. All right, let's take it out to y'all. Hi, what's your name?
I don't think it's
I don't think we can. We've lost our tech guy. Yeah, take the minutes.
We have people on that.
Yeah, you just hand him that. Yeah. Just hand him the mic. Yep. There you go.
My name is Andy. Hello.
Hi.
So I have a really easy question. Actually, what you were talking about, I kind of an idea for a segue into the Evil Dead generation. Actually, pretty cool. But anyways, really quickly. So I can remember the first time seeing Evil Dead, right? As a 5th grader with my friend, right? And we kind of snuck this thing in and had a chance to go see this thing. And I remember thinking to myself, oh my God, what the fuck did I just watch here? It's pretty amazing, right? And so it's so funny because years later, I have my daughters, and now they're seeing the newer versions, right, of Evil Dead and how awesome that is. And I still kind of get that feeling when I see it even now. So my question is, well, I guess the relevancy of this particular franchise, not to make anyone depressed, but it's probably going to outlive everybody in this room by a long shot, right? That's how important this
One would hope.
is.
One would hope that it will outlive all of you. With all due respect to all of you,
especially with AI.
I hope you're all this.
The question is, how awesome does it actually feel like on certain mundane days when you're just sitting there just doing nothing, maybe making coffee or eggs or whatever the hell it is, and then you just kind of...
I love making eggs.
And you're thinking to yourself, wow, I'm part of this. I'm part of this iconic, important franchise that means something.
It's only awesome, it's not that awesome when you're home alone.
Yeah.
It's kind of sad. But it's fucking awesome when you come to these things and you're reminded of how you move people and people are affected by it. You guys are awesome.
Good answer. That's it.
Hi, I'm Tony, and I don't have a question. I just wanted to say that my entire weekend was made by each and every one of you, and I want to congratulate all of you sitting up there on everything that you have accomplished in your lives and in your careers. Thank you for making not my weekend, but all of our weekends.
Taxi Driver was your favorite movie? Third or fourth. Oh. Hey. Yeah, just gotta speak into it, use it.
It's probably on third grade.
Where are you? Third grade student, that's too young, but go ahead.
My question is for everyone. What are y'all's
Personal favorite horror movies. Go right down the line.
I'm going to say Talk to Me.
Old school would be Nightmare on Elm Street 1. Nancy was my Barbie. And a Violent Nature.
I know it's old school, but it's just my favorite of all time is The Exorcist.
Apologies to these youngsters here. Old school isn't The Exorcist. Old school is Frankenstein. It's the Wolfman, the Lon Chaney Jr. Nosferatu, was a long time ago in '31, I think it came out. A silent film. I'm not a fan of that. But my horror film favorite when I was a kid was Frankenstein versus the Wolfman.
Crossover.
I know I'm old school, but I just saw what I thought was a really great horror movie called Strange Darling. The thriller aspect of it, and I didn't see a lot of publicity for it, but woo, crazy.
Well, I'm not only old school, but I'm the old goat here. And I don't like horror movies, but I actually really was frightened after seeing Rosemary's Baby.
That was a golf class. Very respectful. Rosemary's Baby.
What about you, Chris? My favorite movie is The Sound of Music. And that's completely the utter truth. Your favorite horror movie is The Sound of Music? Favorite movie? Oh, I don't have one. I never saw them. It wasn't my bag. It was they were too much. They were too much. I saw a black and white movie. It's called The Beast with Five Fingers. It's basically Evil Dead 2. It was a disembodied hand crawling around. Saw it late night TV. I couldn't sleep for the rest of the night. I'm like, why do people make stupid movies like that? Fast forward to 15 years later. It's a great genre because horror is the only other genre where people viscerally react in the theater. Like there's comedies, but horror, I mean, the best part about Evil Dead is watching the crowd.
Yeah.
Because there's a couple we were watching, they had a coat over both of them. They were watching the movie through one sleeve. And they were going like this, 'cause the whole screen was too horrible, so they would only watch weird parts of it. And then it got too horrible, they would close it off. And the hand would punch through again, and they would scan it. That shit is awesome. Evil Dead 2, there's a father who's trying to sneak his family in to see the movie. His kids were too young. So he comes into he pokes his head. Ashes, what's he doing in there? Oh, come on in, come on in. He gets the kids in and sits them down. Ah! Somebody grabs a chainsaw. Oh, shit! He gets the kids, he pulls them back out. 5 minutes later, he pokes his head back in. And this fucking guy all day long is trying to figure out, when should I show my kids the movie? Never, you idiot, never. What are you doing there? Get out of there.
Well, the biggest compliment I can pay you, Alyssa, is, I, like many of you, watch a lot of horror, so it takes a lot to face me. And watching Evil Dead Rise, I can't look at a cheese grater the same way. Probably ever again. And I love cheese, so it's unfortunate. But Sound of Music, I think, actually is technically a horror movie because there's Nazis, and the guy just leaves his kids with a strange woman. So it could be a horror movie.
Oh, don't wreck the movie.
Thank you.
Hi, how you guys doing? My name is Paul, and my question for all of you is, I know these movies were absolutely horrible to make.
Sorry, Bruce is done. He had a hard out at, Bruce had a hard out at 3:46, so.
All right.
This is what we love about Bruce. He's still got that spirit of the first Evil Dead, where he's like, I gotta get out there and do it myself.
Yes, sir. Thank you, sir. So, my question for everybody is, I know these movies were extremely difficult to make and horrible. Did you have more fun as the Deadite version of your character or the human version of your character? Because all of you were possessed at some point by the evil spirits. So.
Definitely more fun as a Deadite.
More fun as a Deadite.
More fun, yeah.
I prefer being human. Too much goo and blindness and I don't know.
Yeah, me as a Deadite, there's nothing I like more than coming back from the dead. Playing army, playing monster, whatever. Yeah, I'm coming back.
I think I'm the only one up here who never got to be a Deadite, but I did get to play possessed. And that, like I said, because The Exorcist was a dream come true. And I would just like to say, if this is the only time I can say it, I had a great fucking time filming. And so, I know it's miserable at certain points with the blood, but it really is such a great group. And I just want everyone to know, like, it's very special. And maybe it's because we got to watch Sam torture Bruce. And maybe that's why Bruce was so miserable.
Sir, this is how special it is. Shooting Ash vs. Evil Dead, the television show, the one that was canceled because of the piracy. I'm sitting in my trailer. My trailer is like an old inn. Everything's covered in plastic. And I'm sitting there because everything has to be covered in plastic. When I eat lunch, sir, I put a napkin on me not to keep the food off of me. I keep me off of the food that way. My wife comes in, she goes, you look like you're sitting in a poopy diaper. That's what Ash vs. Evil Dead is to me, sir, is sitting in a poopy diaper.
Speaking of poopy
diapers, I mean, I guess I enjoyed it because it was iconic, but they took my fingers away for like they gave me Deadite fingers, and they take really long to put on and take them off. So I didn't have like a hand to wipe my ass for like 3 episodes. Yeah, I really wish I had a bidet, but you know, shit happens and you make it work.
How about you? Deadite, for sure. I love being Deadite. I actually find it really hard to have to act scared or surprised. Because you've read the script, you know exactly what's coming at you. I would much rather be torturing people than be the tortured one.
Thank you all.
All right, sir, last question. Nope.
Hello everyone, my name is Princeton. So I've come by all of your tables, either at this convention or previous conventions, and I have a specific question for Bruce because everyone here has spoken so highly of Sam Raimi. He sounds so nice and I love him so much.
Yeah, sure. What's your question about Sam? What?
Why do you drunk?
You don't know Sam Raimi. Let me tell you, let me explain Sam Raimi. Here's Sam Raimi in high school when we met. He's got modern European history before me. Mr. Gomet is the teacher. Mr. Gomet is the most serious teacher on the planet. Why? I don't know. He's teaching high school. It shouldn't be that big of a deal. He was acting like it was college for no really good goddamn reason. His class is really difficult. Sam was in the class before me. The very first day of high school, Sam says to the teacher at the end of the class, guy's coming in next, his name is Bruce Campbell. He does a great imitation of you. Class lets out. I come in, teacher takes roll. Bruce Campbell. Bruce Campbell. I'd like to see you after class, Mr. Campbell. He sits me down after class. So. Let's see it. I go, let's see what? Oh, don't play coy with me, Mr. Campbell. Let's see your impression of me. Like that. I knew it was Sam. And I knew I could be a successful actor when I talked my way out of that. I leaned into a lie more than I've ever leaned into a lie in my life. I went, Mr. Gomet, I'm so sorry that you've been defrauded in this way. Sam Raimi, in fact, is the perpetrator, and he uses this tactic to deflect from the fact that he does an embarrassing imitation of you and has blamed it on me, hoping that he won't get caught. And it worked. Last Sam Raimi story also says it all. Radio speech class. He's sitting behind me. Teacher asks a question. I raise my hand. He calls on me. I go to answer the question. Next thing I know, the tip of a number 2 pencil is in the back of my neck. And Sam is positioning himself so the teacher can't see him because he's directly behind me. And the pressure is increasing during the course of my answer. The tip is going further and further into my neck. And this is our relationship has been defined by that. And I was like, that little fucker's not going to break me. And I would keep answering, I'm not going to break. And he goes, damn it. And he keeps pushing more and more. He's going to break that tip off. And the way Sam works, so I held him off, I answered the question, and after I tried to run, like, what was wrong with you? He goes, I tried to help you, buddy. So he doesn't even know how evil he's being. In his mind, he was helping me answer the question.
Now you know what it was like making Evil Dead.
And that is a perfect note to end on.
But it's also really cool because we've had such a fun weekend. Have you guys had the best time here? It makes me so happy. Well, my name is Paul Salvin, and I'm going to do this final panel Of course, some people say we save the best for last. And then I know that you guys have the best questions. Holy crap, there's a clown looking at me. Okay. All right. We have three very, very special guests who I know you probably waited in very, very long lines for, but now you get to hear from them. So, without further ado, let's bring up the stars of the show. All right, we got the Terrifier group. Ellie Full, come on out. There he is. Long Rivera, come on out. And Martin Kahn himself, David Howard Thornton. There he goes. Keep it going. By the way, we lost him. Come back. Well, I've never had that before. One more time. Wow, how about that? What are the pictures? Out of breath.
It's cool.
Hey, we have to have Terrifier in space, don't kill me.
Oh, yeah.
All right, so we're so excited. Of course, Texas Frightmare Weekend, you've been there, you love it. But to get loved on and have such a warm reception, well, it's the best job in the world, right?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
It's amazing. We love y'all so much. Thank you.
Absolutely. Well, and you've seen so many, I gotta know, it's gonna be such a trip to see so many Arthur clowns out here. Yeah. Oh, look, there's another. Oh my God, they're
everywhere. They're multiplying.
What is that like? You just see so, or maybe you're at 7-Eleven and you see something Arthur clown shirt.
It's pretty wild.
Yeah.
It's pretty cool because I used to do cosplay myself back in the day as Joker a lot, so I know it comes from a place of love because you cosplay the characters you love, so to see people cosplaying our characters is pretty cool.
I know, now wrong the wings and that. So
I'm so impressed with the people, especially who make their, because you have to make your own costume. There's no Sienna costume anywhere, so I see these cosplayers put their blood, sweat, and tears, and I'm sure it's the most uncomfortable thing, and I've asked all, and we're all in the club now, that was just the worst costume in the world to wear. It's very beautiful, and everybody has looked incredible on it, and I'm just so grateful that you guys give a shit, so thank you.
Absolutely. Well, and Ellie, this has got to be so fun for you too. This is your first time at Frightmare, right?
Yeah, my second time ever in Texas, and it's been an absolute blast. Thank you, everybody.
All right, so of course, you know, the big question, and you know, I think I know the answer, but and you may not be able to answer it, but we're going to see more of art here pretty soon, right? Yeah.
Maybe.
On the bus, we gotta know what happened.
That's true. Yeah, and you guys, I know that you would love for it to happen again, right? There's always a way to bring people back. Yeah.
Absolutely. Damon's still writing the script. So it's, and people have been asking, I'm sure people have been asking me like crazy all weekend. I'm like, I swear, we don't know anything. We don't know what's going to happen. So we'll all find out together soon.
This is like the first time I think when he's written this script since part 1, where he's not told any of us what he's writing. So we're like, oh my God, come on. Because I'm used to like bouncing ideas off each other. I think he knows exactly what he wants to do with this. So we're like, okay, hurry up.
Yeah, that might be why he's not here. We don't. Well, you know, one thing I love about Frightmare, and I know that you guys love, is we have the best fans here and the most passionate people, and so we're going to try and get through as many questions as we can. So I'm going to leave it alone and let you guys do it. We got a mic right here, so please. Oh, who's that? Go ahead. I was going to see who's going to do the eager first one. All right, there you go. We got clowns. This is great. All right. Looks like we might have to do a speed round. Okay, go right ahead. Kick us off.
So, I know the Terrifier movies are notoriously difficult to film, right? A lot of practical effects and stunt work and painful costumes. What are some of the, in contrast, some of the more warm, comfortable moments that you had on or off set? Because there's an undeniable camaraderie between all the characters. I'd even venture to say art. So.
I don't know why y'all are looking at me. I think I had it like the easiest between y'all. I'm not gonna lie.
You did.
Yeah, I did. But you know, all the easiest stuff for me was honestly with you, with my big sis, and also, I mean, Terrifier 3 was like filmed on all my scenes were like filmed on a beautiful, wonderful, warm college campus with like a beautiful view of New York City. So like, I definitely had it pretty easy.
3 was definitely a different experience than 2 in terms of it was a lot better organized, and we had a lot more rest in between, and that was really nice. But even still, even on 2, when we were exhausted, being on set all those hours, like even when it was just the 3 of us doing the finale, we had the best time, like in between, when we weren't napping, and I was napping a lot. It's whenever we get to hang out, which is in between each scene, we just have a great time when we're not exhausted and just delirious and staring at each other like catatomically. But yeah, it's just great to hang out with these guys.
I loved it. It was especially in part 3. I'm like, I didn't get to do any scenes with Elliot this time around. That drove me nuts. I was like, man, my buddy. But we were on set for one day together doing different things on the college campus, so that was fun and stuff like that. But like, I mean, especially like, we had a lot of fun in that house doing the finale and stuff like that. It was fun, but also very draining because that's a very, very intense, long scene. It's even longer in the script. We actually had to cut it down about halfway because we didn't have time to film it. It got so much darker too, guys. You know, it's like, oh
how can it get darker?
The things that we were going to do to Gabby in that scene. Oh my God. Dark. You have no idea. But we still had a lot of fun during that. Especially with, I mean, all of the fight choreography we got to do with our awesome stunt films. That was very exciting. Wait, I mean, do a sword fight with a chainsaw. I'm like, my inner kid was going crazy that way.
Yeah, it was so fun.
Yeah. Thank you guys so much.
Thank you.
Awesome.
Thank you.
I just have to adjust the mic down a little bit. You can just pull the mic down like this, the mic itself. Yeah, there you go. We got a colorful man to help you out.
Okay. So I am 12, going on 13. I love horror movies, especially Terrifier 2. That was really good. I was wondering if any of you had any advice on what you might want, like what you might do if you wanted to get into horror filming at my age.
Oh, my biggest advice, honestly, is if you don't have an agent or like a manager or whatever, look for one first. Look one, like if you're from Dallas, look for one in the Dallas area. But in the meantime, film your own stuff, you know? Find some friends, film a cool little short skit. You know, the time is now, right? But honestly, you just gotta stay consistent, and as long as you really, truly love the journey of it, you'll find success. So.
He's absolutely right. I echo all of that. You definitely start now. I wish I had started as young as you. I think about it all the time. I'm kicking myself. Yeah, find friends, local friends. Get in an act. Do you want to act?
Yeah.
Get an acting class. And not only because you learn, and I take classes every week, I still do it. Like, not only will you learn invaluable information, but you'll form a community of like-minded, like, weirdos, and you get to, like, make things together, and you get to grow together, and that's how you see the Sam Raimis who work with the same guys over and over, the Damien Leones, you know? So just start now. We need more independent filmmakers, and don't just do one thing. You can't just be an actor anymore, unfortunately. You have to have all these different, like, I mean, look at that, he's a fucking musician, like, there's so, if you're a young person getting started, educate yourself in every area of filmmaking, and just do it now, and don't worry about it being good, because it will connect with someone.
I'd also say, you know, if you're not just getting cast in things like on a professional level, get involved in community theater. That's how I got my start as a teenager. I was about your age when I started doing community theater back in Huntsville, Alabama. And it's just, that's a great way just to get experience even on stage. I think it's even better for actors to get experience being on stage.
It's the actor's medium.
Yeah, you learn so many valuable skills that way, especially how to improvise. Because things go wrong on stage and you have to just go with the flow and see what happens. But that's translated very well for us on screen in those regards. But also being in community theater productions, you can learn from other actors that you're opposite of. That's how I learned. I was so happy to be in shows with these experienced actors growing up because that's who I learned from. I don't want to be around people my own age. I want to be around the older actors because I can learn from them. So that's another thing I always say is just keep learning. There's always something new to learn. I'm still learning to this day. I'm always watching different movies and different TV shows and whatnot, and I find different things that different actors do, people I'm in scenes with. I mean, I was watching her so much, especially in this last film, and I was learning so much from just the things she was bringing to the character that I put in my little database in my head.
Thank you so much.
Yes, you're welcome.
Oh, look, you got a creature. This is so cool.
Why didn't you bring this beautiful creature to my table? What are you doing? If you have a dog or a cat or any other creature, bring it to my table.
And mine.
How about a skull with, there's a skull sitting there with an neck.
As you do.
Taking up a seat.
Yeah.
All right.
Hi, so out of all the Terrifier movies you guys have filmed, have you guys been able to keep any props or anything like that? Or still need memorabilia?
I got a prop in my pocket. It's Jonathan's phone case. When they put the phone case on, I never took it off.
I never remember to get props because at the end of the day, I mean, we're usually covered in blood, exhausted. So no, hopefully for the 4th I will remember. I really want that sword. I don't know if David will give it to me. I think I deserve it. Yeah, I don't have anything, unfortunately.
The only thing I have is because I'm the same way. I'm just usually too tired by the end of the day. Usually Phil, our producer's like, no, you can't take anything with you. So I snuck one of the little bullet casings from the Tommy gun from the Clown Cafe scene. I have one of those. Don't tell anybody.
Don't tell Phil.
Good thing Damien's not here.
Yeah.
My God, David's not here. Now we can be honest.
Love it. Thank you. Very well. Hello.
Great, thank you.
His shirt.
Such a great movie. Hi guys. Thank you guys for coming here to Texas Frightmare. It's super awesome to see you guys. I mean, Terrifier is one of the most bonkers series that I've seen out there as of late. But my question for either of you is there a moment with Art the Clown that was hilarious, was funny, that never made it into the final cut of any of the movies that you can think of off the top of your head, wow, I wish this was actually in the movie, anything unscripted, whatever.
There's a lot of stuff I've done in just improvising that hasn't made the final cut and stuff like that, especially in the costume shop scene in part 2. I went through the whole entire rack of glasses. And, 2 or 3 things with every pair of glasses, and they had fake poop behind me, had whoopee cushions, all kinds of stuff. I was doing so much stuff with that. But also the possum scene in part 2, there's so much more. Basically the possum show that Jonathan's just standing there for 5 minutes going. Because I was doing a puppet show with the possum. I was pretending that you see me at one point. I have a stick in my hand because I was pretending like it was a dog. I was trying to play fetch with it, and I'm like, play dead. This is a possum. It's hilarious. I was having so much fun. That's how it goes. There's a lot of stuff that gets left on the cutting room floor.
Awesome. Thank you, guys.
Yeah, thank you.
Hello. So I had a question.
all of us here can agree that the Terrifier movies are like the goriest movies you could ever watch. People walking out. But I want to know, how much fake blood did y'all go through, and how much laundry?
That's a damn question.
Yeah. How much we use?
A lot. And Damien likes to use the sticky blood.
Yeah.
Which there's blood that's like slick and it's not as sticky, but like the sticky blood was so annoying, and I think he knew that, and I think he just likes to torture us. And then just imagine your clothes hardening at the end of the night, and you're just
horrible.
like, and your hair getting stuck to your face. You're just like, oh, it's the worst.
It's torture.
It's
It's hard. It's hard. It's like in part 2 when we're filming at the Fright Factory for the finale. That place was so cold, and I had someone when I'm doing the scene where I'm killing Brooke with the club. I had so much blood on my hands that I could not take my hands off the club. They were just stuck to it. And they're like, "Okay, we're breaking for dinner." I'm like, guys. That was just, but I think the best shower I've ever had in my life was because part 2 was the laundromat scene, because I was covered head to toe in that scene. I was so cold. They had to turn off the heat in that place because the sound of the heat in there, and that was the best shower I've ever had in my life. I'm sure you guys can relate to.
3-hour showers.
Yeah.
It's like I won't get out of there. I'll just be like rocking. We don't do this again tomorrow.
I'm not gonna lie, I haven't had too many showers.
Just shut up.
Thank you.
Thank you.
The Terrifier shirt too.
Thank you all for coming. Thank you all for coming. I just want to say, despite the genre's successes, it can obviously be ostracized, and I was wondering if any of y'all have hesitation with this franchise being, probably with the most recent film being the most glorious to ever hit thousands of screens. And what about it just stood out to you as like, no, this is art. It's always going to be art, just like how extreme it is.
Honestly, I think just simply getting in a room with full of other fellow horror fans and getting away, because this world can be pretty crazy. So you sit down, watch a horror film, scream, laugh, and it makes you feel all these different feelings. I think that right there is some of the most important art you can enjoy.
I agree. I think horror, and I think the reason, I can't speak for everyone in this room, but I think the reason why a lot of us love horror is because it's this controlled environment to experience fear. And I think for a lot of anxiety-ridden people like Sienna, it can be a catharsis, it can be like a release, it can be like, oh, if I can handle this on screen, what else can I handle in the world? Because like visual is still traumatic to watch, especially Terrifier. So yeah, I think it's an important, regardless of what people say about the franchise, I think it's an important medium, and it's important for people who need stuff like this. So I think it's valuable in its own way.
So it's also a good way just to confront, the one thing that all of us are going to have to experience one day anyway is death. It's just like we have to confront our own mortality. That's how you do it in these types of films. And you're living vicariously through these characters, and especially the final girls usually there. You see them go through these ordeals, you see them triumph over some horrible, horrible things that can happen to them in their life, and you see them become better people from it. That's one of the things I love about part 3. It was like, it's something we address that you don't see usually addressed in a lot of these films, where you bring back the heroine from a previous series, is how they have dealt with the trauma that they've gone through previously, and you see how that affects them, and you see how it affects both these characters. That's what I love about this film, is like, you see how trauma affected both Sienna and Jonathan in completely different ways. And I thought that was a great thing to address in this film. I don't think that's something that really gets the recognition it deserves.
Thank you. I completely agree.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I was just wondering if there's any scene in particular that stick out to you guys that should make you question, like, what am I doing? Or if there's like, it's just so gross that it just like sticks with you like for a while.
There's a lot. The one that got me the worst was because I was actually, which was a dumb thing to do, was during the premiere of Terrifier 3, I was eating popcorn, and during the rat scene, I think I had my breaking point, and I felt a little dizzy, and I put the popcorn down.
Do you still eat popcorn now?
I actually don't eat much popcorn.
Saved you some money for therapy. I know this one. Yes, and particularly with 3, and Dave was right behind me, so he probably knows what I'm talking about. Sienna bites into intestines. And I think there's actually video going around of me actually just looking catatomically after, like, just the blood on me. Like, I'm certain I had the moment, like, what am I doing here? What series of events got me to this point in my life? Obviously, I'm very happy to see it now, but in the moment, you really got to ask yourself why you made the decisions you made.
You're like, don't ruin cherries and Nutella for me.
I know, yes. They did cherries I will never eat again.
Yeah.
But, yeah.
Yeah. And I love that you mentioned that infamous scene there, Elliot, because that's the scene that got me. Everybody asked me, what's the scene that got me? And I can't say. So be glad you weren't there. Because it was so much worse actually being there, because we feel so much more than what you see on screen. And that's the one thing I cannot stand is puke. I just, no, thank you. I can take blood, I can take feces, all that kind of puke. No, thank you, no, no, no. And they knew it, Damien knew this, that jerk. And they used this horrible smelling, like, cream of mushroom soup for vomit. They put other stuff in it too, just to make it more chunky. And I'm like, no, I can't stand soup anyway. I'm a texture person, so I was like, and then the house is really hot and smelly anyway. And then Samantha, she comes in. She's not even. She just wanted to come in and just torment me, I think, because we had that love-hate relationship with each other, because she's suffering enough, so she wanted me to suffer too. So she comes in and eats this horrible smelling bag of corn nuts. And she just right up in my face, hey, baby, what's wrong? I'm like, and I was just trying to contain it, and I did, because I knew my makeup artist, Heather, was going to assassinate me, because she would just spend hours doing my makeup. And I'm like, she's like, you better not. She's almost like, and I'm like, can I just have my stunt double come in and just be my arm right now? They're like, no, Dave, you gotta be there. Your face is in the shot. I'm like, it was never in the shot. It was horrible, and I could not stand it. I mean, it's like I went to just how it was like when I went through Halloween Horror Nights last year at Universal. The Insidious house, they have a room in there that's the puke room, and I was like, oh no, why? It was right before I had to have dinner that night too, and I got stuck behind the slowest moving people going to this. They were just they were fine with all the other rooms. That room, they just wanted to take their time, just sauntering through, and it smelled like puke in there. It was horrible. I'm like, I'm going to move you myself. Get out of this room right now. So I cannot stand that. That was the worst part for me. Thank you. Thank you.
Hi. So this question is for Elliot. What was the dynamic with Lauren like on set?
Well, she's my big sis. Ever since the beginning, even the auditions, she was already treating me like a big sister. They would surprise me with more lines. I was nervous enough. And they would say, oh, check this scene out, check this scene out. And she was like, oh, well, you know what, let's go over them real quick. So, I mean, she's the best. And, going to horror cons, hiking, she really is my big sis. And I do think that comes down to
That's good.
I love Elliot and his family. We're family now. We often make the joke that we were reincarnated in past lives. We were blood related.
Yeah, probably were.
We kind of look similar too.
Thank you.
Hi. I just want to ask, what was y'all's favorite kill?
Lots to choose from.
I mean, the rat scene, like I was saying earlier, got me good. I really do think a lot of the Terrifier 3 kills are my favorites. The Brook one for Terrifier 2 was underrated. I mean, there's so many to choose. But if you really made me had to choose, it would be the rat scene.
The rat scene, yeah, it's disgusting. My favorite kill is the antithesis of what Terrifier is, and it's the very first kill in Terrifier 3 when you hear the children die, or the son die, and because I love seeing children die. And also, I'm kidding, guys. But also because I really loved that, again, like all you do is just hear it. You don't see anything. And again, it's the opposite of what we've seen so far. And I often say, I was sitting next to Dave in the theater, and I grabbed him, because I didn't know it was going to be that, and he looked at me like, and yeah, it still gives me chills thinking about it. It affected me more than any of the other kills.
Yeah, that was sound design was so good at that. Oh my god. But my favorite is also in part 3, because it was just the most fun for me to do, and it was Santa Claus. It's the only day to grow up. That was so much fun. I was like, I've watched Danny in movies and TV shows for my whole entire life, and I just, that whole entire scene is my favorite scene I filmed, period, in anything I've worked on. Because working with Danny and Clint Howard, who's like, Hollywood royalty, and Bradley Stryker, I've seen so many things. We had so much, like, Damien gave us so much freedom that week to just play. And then Danny and I, when we're doing the whole torture scene, Danny's just making up dialogue, and it's just comedy gold. He knows how to just throw you the jokes and just set you up for some great moments, and he just gave me so much to work with. But I love him because I was like, I felt like a Batman villain, and I got to do something just like I get to freeze a guy and make him into a snowman, and I had so much fun doing that. It's just so, it's hard. What a horrible way to go! Or just having chunks of you just smashed off and frozen. I'm like, it's hard. But we were even going to go a little bit further, but we literally ran out of time on that scene. And I wasn't just going to shove the carrot in the nose. I was going to light 2 things of coal on fire and shove them into his eyeballs. I was like, I hated that we had to drop that. I was like, man. But I loved it. I was like, we're also going to play Frosty the Snowman during, but I guess we couldn't get the rights or something. I love that. I love that kill.
Thank you so much.
You're welcome. Of course, yeah.
Hi y'all, wow. Thank y'all so much for being here. I think I speak for everybody that we're just so happy to have y'all here. And I just want to say, everybody knows that Terrifier was born out of low budget, indie horror. It's just super fantastic to see what it's grown into. But you see the budget and it hasn't grown. It's been very tiny, 500K to 1 million, 1.5 million. It's nothing compared to all these movies out there. And I was wanting to know, what do y'all think differentiates the Terrifier series from all these other, smaller horror projects that haven't been able to rise up like this fantastic series has? Like, what is it that differentiates it so much other than y'all as fantastic actors?
Ooh, that's a really tough question. That's a perfect Damien question. Honestly, I think Damien isn't afraid to cross some lines, honestly, and his special effects, vision, and he's got such a strong vision. Yeah, I think he doesn't want to go too far over one. He just barely gets, barely, maybe a tiptoe.
Yeah, I think that's it. I think Damien really, truly likes to push boundaries, and he's spoken about this, that he wanted to do something, he wanted to tell stories that would shock people, so that would bring them in, like, oh, what is this, and then after that, people know that he can do shocking things, he incorporates stories, like, well, this is what I really want to tell you, I drew you in with the gore, but this is what I'm trying to tell you, and I thought that was very smart on his end, and I think, no one wants to make a bad movie, like, every filmmaker wants to make a good movie, so I think there's a bit of serendipity and magic to finding the right people to work with you. So and it's also because of you guys. You continue to grow. There's so many people that came to my table this weekend. I was like, oh, I introduced it to this person, my mom, my brother, my friend. I'm like, it's you guys are making it grow. So it's a combination of wonderful artists and wonderful people who care. So thank you.
I think that's the thing. It's made by people who care. There's heart. And that's I think you see so much stuff that's coming out of Hollywood that's just so processed. It's just like, okay, we'll just make this. It's like an engine. They just churn stuff out. That's something like when we made the first one. It was like we made it for $35,000. No one was getting paid on that one. I mean, none of us were making any money, but we cared and we wanted to do something cool, and we all believed in what we were doing. And I mean, we've even had those moments on set where we're miserable and cold and everything like that, but like, man, this is gonna be awesome. So we gotta suffer right now, a little bit right now, but this is gonna be awesome. This is gonna last forever on screen, and we're all fans ourselves of the genre, and so we're making the type of movies that we want to see. And I think you're seeing it now happening in the industry where I think now the industry itself has realized, oh wait, we can have fun with movies. And like, yeah. I mean, you look at a lot of the horror films that have come out just this year alone, they're fun. You look at like Hard Eyes and Companion and Sinners, and I haven't seen Final Destination yet, but I've heard it's fantastic. I'm loving seeing that there's that heart behind movies again. People are making the movies that they want to see again. They're making movies for fans. I think that's, and I like the hope that we might have had a hand in that.
Thank y'all so much.
I'd like Jason asked.
Hi, my question is, how do you feel about kids watching the movies?
Yes.
Have you seen them? You seen them?
Yeah, yes. I've only seen one, the first.
I grew up watching horror movies. House of a Thousand Corpses was the first horror film. There's some scenes where I had to turn away, obviously, but I think it exposes you to the world and the horrors of the world at a young age, but also you're aware that it's fake and it's fun and it's supposed to be celebrated in a way. It's a different type of feeling that you're exposed to at a young age, I think. So I say yes.
It's certainly unique to the parents, I guess. I also was exposed way younger than you. I was a baby when Mom made me watch Poltergeist. And it's one of my favorite movies now. So, but it depends. Like, I have nieces that can't even watch Coraline, So, like, it just depends on your personality, just like adults. I don't know, I'm pro children liking horror, but again, I was corrupt and young, so might as well corrupt to youth. I love it.
I didn't watch horror movies growing up. My mom was afraid of horror movies. My mom thought the House of Usher was the scariest movie she'd ever seen. So yeah. But I'm also a former teacher. I taught elementary school, and it's one of these things. Yeah. But I'm very attuned to child psychology. I have to take so many different courses in child psychology, and I think it's good to expose children to the real world. And I think so many times people dumb things down for children, and I hate that. That's one thing I always love about Mr. Rogers. He never tried to dumb things down for children. He addressed children as they were equals, and that's the thing. It's like life is hard. There's a lot of things that you go through in life, and death is a reality that we all have to face one day. And I always leave this up to the parents, because different children can handle different things at different levels. And like I said, I just leave it up to the parents, but I think there's some valuable lessons to be learned. I look at the original fairy tales that everybody grew up on. The Grimm's fairy tales are called Grimm for the term Grimm is there for a reason, because those fairy tales were very dark. If you read the original Cinderella story, oh my God, there's a lot of the birds pecking the stepsister's eyes out and cutting off their toes and heels and stuff like that. That wasn't because they put those in there for children to scare them about the harshness of reality, and to get them they're teaching them life lessons. You look at the movies that I grew up on in the 80s. They were messed up. Goonies and Never Ending Story. And there was Dark Crystal. All these Disney movies where the parents are always dying. It's but it's teaching life lessons in a real way in a lot of ways. And so, like I said, just leave it to the parents. And if you know what your children can handle, you can Oh God, setting off alarms. So yeah, just leave it up to parents, and yeah, and look at Damien. He turned out well, I guess.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello. Hi. I forgot to ask you, and now that I know, I'm glad to hear you guys have no idea about the script. What do you hope to see with Sienna's character? Like, have you thought, like, I hope she, like, I think a lot of us don't want to see Sienna die, but for me personally, I feel like it's headed that way in some crazy, heroic way. What have you been thinking? Like, what do you hope to see from the character?
I would be happy with her story ending either surviving or dying. Either way, I'll be fine, but I do want her to finish her hero's journey. And even Damien, when he told me about Sienna when he cast me 5 years ago for Terrifier 2, he told me he wanted to do a hero's journey, like a Grecian hero's journey for Sienna. And I was psyched. I was psyched, yeah, I don't know. I was psyched about that. So I just want her, I know people don't like seeing Sienna suffer. I like seeing her suffer because when she does win, it's all that more satisfying.
Exactly.
And we all suffer in our own ways. And it's a reminder to all of us and all of you that even if you suffer, you can win. And you will win if you keep going. So regardless of what happens to her, I just want to see her trials, her tribulations, and I want to see her rise, however that looks.
Exactly what I think. And after I saw you this morning, sorry. Cool! I was like, this is the time. And I was like, she wanted to put it here because of how your arms twist. And I was like, no, respectfully, I want to see it myself. I don't want to get that. So I got to see it in the store, tattooed on me. And Elliot, I hope we see you in 4. I already talked to you about it. We didn't see you die, so I'm holding hope. I hope we see you. Thank you so much.
I like the glasses.
So, in the mall Santa scene, so whenever the president explodes, was there actual explosive used, or was it added in After Effects?
Yeah, they really blew stuff up. Not in the mall, though. They had a special little set they built somewhere in Bill Diamond's studio. They blew stuff up. I wasn't there for that, unfortunately. I wish I could have been there, but I saw all the video footage, and it's like, woo! Yeah, so that was good that we didn't actually do that in the mall, because that would have been a big spoiler, because we had a huge audience there for that. We didn't want to spoil any of that. We were so worried. Because we filmed some of the stuff where they showed the explosion hitting me, where the debris is coming at me, but we're like, I hope the people that are watching this don't know what we're doing here. Because we want that to be a nice shock for them. Like, what's in the box? What's in the box?
Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you all for being here. My question is for David. I know you're the one who's made Art the Clown the like iconic character that he is. But I know before you, he was played by Mike Gianelli in The Ninth Circle and All Hallows Eve. And I was just wondering if there were any inspirations you got from him and what that transition was like when you took the mantle.
Oh yeah, he did. Because I had seen All Hallows Eve before I even knew about the audition for Terrifier. So when I saw the audition for Terrifier, I was like, oh my god. Because when I saw that originally, I was like, that is a cool character. If this could ever get like a real budget behind it, there's so much you can do with that character. I was like, he's like an evil Mr. Bean, and I went to play a character like that. He's like a huge Mr. Bean fan, and so I watched what Mike did with it. I'm like, okay, there's a good foundation here to build from, but there's so much more I can do with that. And so I took what he had done originally. I wanted to get his basic movements down and stuff like that, but I also wanted, because he's a clown, and that's something I wanted to bring more to the character, was the clowning aspect, because that's my background. I was never a mime, never did any of that kind of stuff, but I always did physical comedy growing up, especially on children's theater, and I have that love and appreciation for silent film acting, and I wanted to bring that kind of acting to the character, because I felt that was going to differentiate him from all the other silent characters like Jason, Mike Myers, etc. that came before him. And I'm glad Damien gave me the opportunity to do that, because like my first few days on set, I didn't get to do that kind of stuff. It was more fight scenes with Jenna. And it wasn't until we did the pizzeria scene where all that kind of this fell into place. And I just like when I just jumped up after giving her the ring and kind of saw her away. It was like, I never thought about that for the character, and I like that. Yeah, keep doing that. Bring more of that to him. Like, cool. And after that, I knew where he lived. So yeah. Thank you so much. Thank you all. Thank you.
So I'm a recent Terrifier stan. My husband introduced me to the Terrifier movies this year. Love them. David, you do an amazing job as Art. Lauren, as Sienna, I think we all love your relationship with your coworkers. We like feel your pain when they die. We feel your strength whenever you come through and whoop Art's ass. And then my question was kind of stolen. Was about Elliot. So yes, we did not see Jonathan die. So my first question is, do we think Jonathan dies? And if you did have to kill him, how do you think that would happen?
I don't know. I mean, what does everyone here think? Yes,
He's alive. He's alive.
Well, honestly, the only thing that I get from this is that the horror community is just so strong, so supportive, and the fact that y'all care about the characters is honestly means the world to me. Thank y'all so much. But Damien doesn't tell me anything, so.
I don't want to see him die. And I think, though, if we were to see him die on screen, I'd want it to be an honorable hero's death. But let's not let that happen. Cheer if you want him to be alive in the next one.
But you don't really want to kill your buddy, right?
No.
Well, not him. That little son of a gun shot me in the chest with a shotgun.
At least nothing personal.
Yeah.
What would you take him out with?
I would have taken out with just my own teeth. Because I started doing that part too, so I wanted to finish the job, have my kids do it. So yeah, just thinking to slowly eat away at him. It was like, nom, 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 nom. It's delicious.
All right, we've got time for a couple more questions. We're going to try and get through as much as we can.
Hi guys, thank you for showing up here. It's amazing. You guys are, this is like my favorite new modern franchise for horror. The question I originally had was asked before, but I came up with one on the fly. I think it would be really funny if Art had like some sort of animal like sidekick. If you feel like, what do you feel like that would be if you were having what kind of animal?
I know exactly what that would be. Because it's kind of what we were doing a little bit with in part 3 was the rats.
Mm-hmm.
Because rats spelled differently as Art. We even had a fun idea at one point just to have a little rat with a little hat stapled to his head and just walk around with the shot. That was like a little funny conversation Damien and I had at one point. I think we were both a little drunk one night. The rats were so cute.
I love those rats. They were so cute. They pooped on me.
Oh, we had a great shot though, and we couldn't use it in the movie at one point with the rats in the cage with the head. There was just a shot where you just see the balls sticking through the slats of the cage. It was like right there. We're like, well, we can't use that shot. It was a great shot except for the balls. Anatomy.
Love it. Thank you.
Learn about science, kids.
Thank you so much.
Hi, so I have a question for a lot of you. So what was the moment you realized that this franchise was going to take off?
When Stephen King tweeted about it, that was pretty crazy. I already had a lot of faith from the beginning, but every single time it like completely exceeds expectations. Thanks to all of you, once again.
Yeah, I'm still in disbelief, honestly. I've been sitting in this room with all of you. I'm still, I'm a bit in a daze, but I remember when I was first cast, Dave and Damien took me to Outback Steakhouse to welcome me to the family, and they were telling me that Sienna was going to be the Batman to Art's Joker. And I was like, slow the fuck down. What are you guys talking about? There's no way. Of course, I've been told by a lot of filmmakers I've worked with that they had a lot of faith, and I wouldn't work on something if I didn't have faith in it. But I truly had no idea. But there was a moment in Terrifier 2 when we were in the dingy area, the same place where you're eating out at hell. Yes. Damien was just like miserable that day. He was so tired, he was so depleted. And I don't know why, I was just like smiling. I just was looking at everyone and I was like, this is gonna be special. And I looked at him and I smiled and he smiled back. And like, I'll never forget that moment. We talk about it all the time. And in that moment, I just knew, I was like, this is gonna be special. And I think because I'm looking at all my coworkers who were just killing themselves trying to get this done, and they were killing it. And, I just had a lot of faith in that moment. But I still have no idea what the hell's going on.
Mine was probably my very first convention back at, I think it was Mad Monster Party in Arizona back in 2018. It's like first time I saw a cosplayer come up as art. And this is when we hadn't even been released on Netflix yet. And I just saw some people cosplaying as art, and then some guy got a tattoo of me right there. And I got a tattoo of you. And I'm like, what is this? People actually saw this. This is amazing. And I was like, I think we might have something here. And just kind of kept going from there. So that was pretty cool. And just because that was the first time I actually got to actually interact with fans in this type of way instead of just online. I was like, wow, people really dig this. And they were all asking then, when's part 2 coming out? I'm like, David.
Thank you all so much.
Thank you.
Well, first I want to say thank you all so much, because I really feel like the series that you all contributed to is genuinely just one of the most innovative, one of the most sort of renewed energy in horror. It's certainly in my lifetime. And I mean, we talked a lot about like the the visual effects, the great story, but I think the thing to me that really kind of shines on it is the characters, right? It's like that investment, that that fear that art strikes, that support that we have for y'all. And I just wonder what rituals or what sort of thought process does it take for you to go through and get into that mentality?
Throughout all of Terrifier 2, I was listening to some Ozzy Osbourne, getting me hyped up and to keep me awake throughout the night. But then the main thing, also for Terrifier 3, on that beautiful warm college campus, I would actually just sit down and just listen to the birds and stuff. And of course, a lot of preparation, studying lines and going over them and stuff. So that's Jonathan's rituals.
Music is such a trigger for all of us. Like, you could be like having a shitty day and listen to a good song. You're like, oh, life isn't so bad. So I still have a playlist. It's called Sienna's Playlist that Damien put together for me for Terrifier 2, and I used it again for Terrifier 3 because I was filming a Christmas movie and Terrifier 2 at the same time, and I had to fly back and forth from New York and Atlanta. So I was just like in between these two worlds, and music was my gateway into. And of course I journal and I do my research, especially on PTSD and survivor's guilt and Terrifier 3. But actors live such a zen lifestyle. Like, they are so fully alive in the moment and present, and it's just such a bizarre job. So I think just as long as you're present with your scene partner, the emotions will come. Like, that's how it works for me, at least, but everybody's process is vastly different. But it's another question.
I believe in always doing your homework before you come to set too, so I did all my research and everything. I basically forgot who Art was because I was like, I'm going to look at him as the bastard child of Freddy Krueger and Harlow Marx. And a fun story is I found out, because I'm a huge Marx Brothers fan, and just recently I realized this, going back and watching Duck Soup, I'm like, what was Harlow's real name? Arthur. And I was like, oh my God, this is meant to be. But that's what so I just did my homework before I came to set, so I didn't have to do the Jared Leto method acting bullcrap. They are very grateful I don't do that. I'm just being silly and goofy, and then I put on the angry eyes when I put on the angry eyes. But it's a funny thing you mentioned music and everything, because I like to usually listen to a little bit of music myself, and so people probably think it's funny. like what we listen to when Dave's been doing my makeup is yacht rock. It's like, very mellow, everything. I'm like, all right, let's go kill some people. It's really but like when I did Joker's Wild recently, they played the Waltz to the Death from the first Batman movie for me right before I walked on the set, and I was like, oh, there we go. There's where he lives. It's that I love that little bit like cartoonish, circusy type of music. That sometimes helps me get right there in the spot too. So music's a very powerful thing.
We need Art the Clown killing someone too, what a fool believes.
Yeah.
Thank you so much for
Thank you.
And we got time for 2 more.
I deal with it. By the way, I saw Terrifier 3 in the theater, and the head smack when you had her tied to the chair. I was the only one in the theater laughing. Nobody else got it. But I thought it was the funniest damn thing. Whose idea was that? It was just smacking every couple of
He found out that they were in the spot too, on the spot. He's like, this is getting way too serious and very depressing. We need something to make people laugh right here. He's like, Dave, just slap her every time you go by. This is like literally slapstick humor. It was like, this is crazy. And I also didn't realize until later. I was like, oh, this is a direct throwback to the first film when I had Tara tied up in the chair too, and I was smacking her in the head. And I felt so bad because she had already been put through the ringer enough, because that's a very emotional scene. And I was like, we're doing days with this where she's tied up to that chair and just having to just go through so many emotions. And she was so exhausted. And then I have to come up and start smacking her in the head. And we had to do it like at least 30 some odd times from different angles, because Damien loves all his angles. And I was like, oh, I'm so sorry. She said, just do it, Dave. I'm sorry. I'm trying to pull my smack as much as I can, so I'm not really hitting her hard. And one time I got the full brunt of it because stupid me missed her head and hit the chair. I'm like, oh, son of a... Oh, man, I'm really sorry.
No, Dave didn't hurt me. He pulled it very well. Like, I just threw my head forward and the sound effect sold it. But Sienna gets slapped a lot in this fucking franchise. Like, even in Terrifier 2, and Barb actually did hit me. She's met, there's even like blooper being like, what the fuck? She's like, I'm sorry. So yeah, I don't know. I guess I just have a smackable head.
One of.
I'm gonna slap me too.
Oh yeah.
All right, final question. We got this.
Oh God.
No pressure.
You mentioned the Marx Brothers. I was actually really excited because whenever I first watched your trilogy, because my friend Damien is horrible and he wanted to torture me, I noticed you do, which is very much Groucho Marx, and I was like, that Groucho Marx motherfucker. Why? But I wanted to ask all of you what possible physical inspiration you took on from other characters, other franchises, like that.
I think my physical inspiration is just me, because I'm a very clumsy person, so like walking up steps and stuff, like all the stuff that everybody should be, good at, I'm like awful. I'm awful at falling backwards. So I don't know if I have any real specific physical inspiration, but I'm sure y'all do.
We love your Elliotisms, though. It's so great. I, for Terrifier 2, watched a bunch of all of my favorite final girls. It was the best homework. And I sent Damien some notes. I was like, oh, I think Sienna's a little bit of this, a little bit of that from Lori, Sydney, what do you think? And we would exchange notes. For Terrifier 3, though, I didn't have to do any of that. Sienna felt lived in. I felt like we have just melded into one person. However, one of my biggest inspirations of all time is Jane Levy's Mia Allen in Evil Dead 2013. And I just thought she was just give her a fucking and she just had so much range in that movie, and I honestly think it's an underrated performance. Just an actor, as a thespian, I think it's unreal, and you could tell she was really tortured for that film. And yeah, I definitely used that because she obviously had trauma that she was going through. I watched it a few times just to be inspired mainly, but again, these emotions manifest. You can't really curate the way you move. Like, you just move naturally, and like you just think thoughts of the character, and you hope that translates. But yeah, it was still wonderful homework for me though.
Mine comes from so many different places.
Well, I know
So-
you said Harpo. Sorry.
Yeah, no,
I know you
Harpo
said
and Groucho, and all of them, of course. Of course, all those great silent film legends: Buster Keaton, Harold Lloyd, Stan Laurel. You know, all those amazingly talented actors were big inspirations. I put a lot of different the horror icons in art as well. There's a little bit of every single horror icon in him. I look at him as a huge horror fanboy himself. But also, I took a lot of inspiration from Joker, of course, because it's my favorite villain of all time. It's although I don't talk. Yeah, but also I had the great pleasure and honor of understudying Stephen Carl for 5 years as the Grinch. He was Robbie Rotten from Lazy Town. Yeah. So like when I got cast as Art, it was right after I finished my last tour of Grinch. I called Stephen up and I'm like, dude, because he'd always wanted to play a silent character too, like Mr. Bean, because we both had a huge love of Mr. Bean. And I'm like, dude, I get this chance now. And he gave me some great tips and tricks and stuff like that. So you can watch a lot of my performances, see a lot of Robbie Rotten in Art. But then also, like I said, a lot of people, a lot of different inspirations. But also, I realized at a family reunion recently, when my cousin got married, my aunt is deaf, my Aunt Wanda, and she lip reads very well. So I didn't really learn sign language like my sister does. My sister's like an expert at sign language, and she has cerebral palsy. But she's amazing with sign language. I was a little boy, and I was like, I don't care, I don't want to go play. I was like, but my aunt lip reads very well. So when you interact with her, everything is very exaggerated, over the top. And I never realized that until I was speaking with her at the wedding, and I'm like, blah, 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 blah. I'm like, oh, that's where all this data, this is so much of this comes from, this interaction with them. Like, a funny story about her too is like, she doesn't scream like normal people, which is, I love, because she learned how to scream from reading Donald Duck comic books. So instead of going, like everybody else, she goes, whack! Hysterical. So she's the best person to take to a horror movie because she screams like that. It's hysterical. I love it. But then also, another source of inspiration is, I learned this way back in college from this wonderful, I played the Jungle Book in college, and we put it in the urban jungle, and our professor that was also the director was like, wanted us to, we're human beings, but we took on animal traits, and my character was a vulture in that. And I was like, okay, and then I'm like, well, you know, I can bring that to Art as well, because Art, he has that beak nose, and he's definitely a bird of prey. He's a scavenger too. He's always taking little things from everywhere and assimilating his bag and stuff like that. I'm like, oh, so I wanted to add that hunch to him as well. And birds lead, like their eyes go first and then their head moves. That's how birds are. And I wanted to do that with Art. Like everything is led with the eyes, the head moves. He's a bird of prey, and so I wanted to add that to him as well.
I love that. Thank you so much.
All right, I know we got to wrap things up, and before we do, we're going to take a group selfie. But first, if there's anything you want to plug, any new projects coming up, please tell us real quick.
I just recently filmed a short film called Wolven Crown that me and my girlfriend Josie are going to be acting in. It's inspired by like Donnie Darko, David Lynch, all the classics. It's going to have a horror element, but also slight coming of age. So whenever that releases, keep your eyes on the computer.
Film coming out that I actually just did ADR for, and that's like audio, and I saw some of it. It looks amazing. It was originally called The Monster, but Paramount picked it up, and I think they're going to retitle it to Twisted. The director was Darren Lynn Bousman. He did Saw 2 and Beyond, Reboot the Genetic Opera. He was wonderful. And I also got to work opposite Jaime Hanzu, two-time Oscar-nominated actor. I was shitting myself. It was awesome. So that will probably be out by the end of the year. And aside from that, I'm writing my own stuff. I'm writing a Western slasher that I'm really excited about. I'm listening to the White Stripes' Blackjack Davy, which I highly recommend. It's such a great song, and I'm hoping I So keep your eyes and ears peeled for that stuff.
Well, I have another film supposed to come out later on this year. It's like a film we did a few years ago called The Dead Place. I actually talked for once in the movie, so I played a character called New Kid in that. I had a lot of fun with him. Other than that, I'm not really filming anything right now. I'm waiting for, I have a few other offers coming my way. They're trying to get filming for them right now. Some fun scripts. I wish I could tell you about those because I'm only good. Recently, of course, Screamboat just came out.
Woo!
It's a silly movie, so if you haven't gotten a chance to go see that, go see that. And also, I did a little short film earlier this year just for shits and giggles called Joker's Wild.
Yeah.
We recently won some awards at some film festivals for that. So I'm hoping that goes somewhere when eventually I'm hoping to search someone there, Mr. James Gunn, takes it.
Come on, James Gunn. What are you doing?
Coach.
Yeah.
Cheaper than Scar. So that's definitely something I'm just trying to get out there in the world. So that's how it is. So sometimes you have to create your own work, and that's what we did with that. It was supposed to originally just be a photo op that I did with just some Joker makeup, and we decided, well, we'll just make this a little short little film, and you never know. So that's what I love about this thing. It's like sometimes you just create your own work. You're creating your own work, right? Both of you are creating your own work, and that's what you have to do sometimes. You never know what's going to lead you one day.
Yeah, love it. What a great way to end things. Now, before we leave for the weekend, let's do a big selfie with the audience. So we got a big.
Alright travelers, that is it for me here at Texas Frightmare Weekend. Oh, it's been a fantastic time. I got to meet Patricia Arquette, and you know, she was top of my list. You know, it didn't go absolutely perfect. You know, I had to stand in a long line for Patricia Arquette, then had to come back later, and because of that, I missed out on a chance to meet Bruce Campbell. So Bruce is moving up the list on celebs to meet immediately, but I got plenty of Bruce time. You know, I saw Last Man Standing and also the Evil Dead panel, so I have my fill of Bruce for sure. So I'm not feeling cheated in any way. But it was a fantastic time. I always look forward to Texas Frightmare Weekend, guys. So, you know, if you've never been, I highly recommend you come out in 2026. Travelers, I am your travel guide, Brendon, telling you to go ahead, if you like the video, give me one of those Ash Williams Sever hands, aka a thumbs up, a like, comment in regards to anything that you saw. You know, did you have a favorite cosplayer, a favorite panel, anything that you enjoyed in particular? Let me know, and hit that subscribe button to stick around. Make sure the notification bell is on so that you are made aware of any new content drops, guys. But I am your travel guide, Brendon, signing off, letting you know that it is scary in those streets. So let me know that you made it home safely.